I said, you know, all these kids are doing a nice job. I think there's one that does a phenomenal job out here. And then it maybe gets a little bit closer in here for reserve. You know, all these kids have covered the basics as far as getting that hog drove. They keep them off the rails. They keep them out in the middle and to where I can see them. They try to do a nice job at not getting lost in the crowd. But maybe there's a couple that add to that by getting the pig's head up and kind of giving you some different looks as well. So like I said, great job to everyone. We'll give them a round of applause, and I'll go out and I'll pick a champion in reserve.
Okay, apologize for that, folks. I hope we're back. I had the power turned off on us, and I think we've reconnected. Okay, so I believe your champion is Keaton Dowse, and your reserve champion is Kobe Wells. They both came out of that first group. We'll hear from Mike right now.
So in the senior showmanship, champion is Keegan Dowse, reserve Kobe Wells.
So congratulations to Keaton Dowse.
That'll bring in junior showmanship. Miles Babcock, Avery Harder, Tylee Hendricks, Kinley Keefe, Keith Larson, Trinity Mickle, Haley Olson, and Taylin Tobias.
All right, so here we go with junior showmanship. You heard the names announced there, and they'll come on in and start competing.
Will be pre-junior showmanship. Aaliyah Harder, Jamison Harder, Bodell Larson, Rafe Larson, Avery Ostrand, Olivia Ostrand, Cade Smith, and Ty Valdez. You are on deck. It's not in the program, but when these three divisions are over, senior, junior, and pre-junior, we'll bring back the reserves and the champions of all three divisions and compete against each other for elite. So it's not in the program, but that's what we're going to do.
Again, junior showmanship, just one group here. Hopefully everybody is getting reconnected. Replay-wise, there's going to be two videos. I see that if we're disconnected for a good amount of time, it cuts the video feed completely, and that is what happened this time around. Had a breaker flipped on us, so we lost our connection. But we're back up and running. I've checked on both sides, and we've got a new connection going on both Facebook and YouTube. Just search Sand Hills Express. YouTube is pretty handy as far as televisions and things go, so let people know about that link if they would like to watch from a distance, if you've got family members that want to check it out. It is available in both of those places. We hope to keep going smoothly from here. So with there only being one group, it's likely that we'll hear immediately what the judge thinks here, and then we'll have a champion and reserve champion here in junior showmanship. Again, the judge out there talking to everybody, giving a little bit of feedback. Again, if you've not watched our video streams from here at the covered arena before, we do our best when it comes to the lighting on your screen, but we're in a covered arena where there's plenty of shade, and then there's a lot of sunlight, and in this case fog around the outside of the arena, which causes some confusion for the camera. It can't decide if it wants to let in the light that is around the outside or stay dark like it is in the arena. So it does its best, and we'll do our best to keep those cameras adjusted for you.
Just one heat here in the intermediate division, and all these kids are doing a really nice job. And like we did in seniors, went around and spoke with each one. You know, I think it maybe gets a little bit closer here into this age division. We've got kids that are, you know, the top four here are really covering all the basics. They're getting those pigs out and drove, and they're keeping them off the rails. They're kind of getting into where I can see them. They've got some intensity, and they've got some, you know, they're aggressive enough to keep the pig moving, but they're not sitting there beating on it by any means as well. So, you know, I think it's pretty tough, and there's four individuals that are doing a really nice job. So I'll go out and I'll pick you a champion in reserve, but let's put our hands together for a very good group of intermediate showmen.
So she shook the hand of Miles Babcock, so I believe that means he is the champion. And your reserve champion will be Kinley Keefe.
Okay, so your champion in the junior showmanship was Miles Babcock. And reserve champion, junior showmanship, Kinley Keefe. Once again, we're going to bring back the champ and reserve in each division at the end of the 3 groups here and get an elite champion.
Okay, that brings up pre-junior showmanship. And I'll give Mike the first opportunity to introduce everybody into the ring for you. If he does not, I will get you covered.
Okay, so now coming into the ring will be pre-junior showmanship. Aaliyah Harder, Jamison Harder, Bodell Larson, Rafe Larson, Avery Ostrand, Olivia Ostrand, Kate Smith, and Ty Valdez. They're coming into the ring right now, pre-junior showmanship.
Again, this is pre-junior showmanship you're seeing in front of you. Pre-junior showmanship going on right now. And then as Mike said a little bit ago, we'll bring all the champions and reserve champions from champion, reserve champion, senior, junior, and pre-junior to compete against each other for elite showmanship. So that'll come up here after a little while. Again out there, Aaliyah Harder, Jamison Harder, Bodell Larson, Rafe Larson, Avery Ostrand, Olivia Ostrand, Cade Smith, and Ty Valdez. All pre-junior showmen. If you're just joining us, the champion junior showman was Miles Babcock. Reserve champion was Kinley Keefe. Champion senior showman was Keaton Dowse. Reserve champion was Kobe Wells. Thank you to the Custer County Ag Society for being a Purple Ribbon sponsor of our coverage of the Custer County Fair. And I apologize in advance, folks. They're over at the breaker box again, trying to figure out something. I hope we don't get switched off again, but it's a very real possibility that it happens again. We'll hope that it does not happen again. But just to give you a warning this time, I have the opportunity to give you a warning and hope that it doesn't happen again. So everyone out there, cross your fingers. If it does happen again, we'll be back on eventually, and we'll get reconnected and everything, and we'll be good to go. Again, a busy show ring out there. Pre-junior showmanship. We had two groups in senior showmanship. These are your future senior showmen that you're seeing right now. And the judge has mic in hand, so I'm sure we'll hear from her shortly.
As we get here into our pre-junior showmanship contest, all these young kids are doing a really nice job with their pigs. Went around, talked with each one, and I think they're enjoying the project, and that's a great thing to see. That's definitely part of the reason we're out here, and so I'm glad that, you know, it's staying cool. We're having a good time this morning. You know, I think there's maybe a couple that sort themselves up, and the longer you're out here, maybe a couple that just keep doing things really, really well and keep doing things correctly, and, you know, just maybe aren't ones that you ever really see do anything that you don't like. And so I think, like I talked in the classes before, they're getting those pigs drove, they're kind of getting a head up, they're getting into where you can kind of see them at all points in time. They keep themselves out of the crowd as well. So with that being said, all of them have done a terrific job so far. I'll go out and I'll pick a champion in reserve, but let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
So Ty Valdez is champion. And she's looking for a reserve champion right now. And that would be Aaliyah Harder. So those two will stay out there, and we'll bring back in Miles Babcock, Kinley Keefe, Keaton Dowse, and Kobe Wells.
Okay, so
compete.
your pre-junior showman champion was Ty Valdez, and the reserve champion, Aaliyah Harder. So those two, nice job, kids. So those two will stay out here, And then we're going to bring back Miles Babcock and Kinley Keefe and Keaton Dowse and Kobe Wells for the elite champion in showmanship. And we will also have a reserve as well.
All right, so we'll await everybody else coming back in. As you heard Mike say, these are all of the champions and reserve champions from senior, junior, and pre-junior that are going to be in the ring now. Thank you to C&M Auto, another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors. From routine auto maintenance to major repairs of gas and diesel vehicles, C&M Auto has you covered. And they have the latest diagnostics to diagnose the problem. They have competitive rates and offer 24-hour service outside their business hours to serve you best.
From each respective group back out here for an elite showman. Obviously, all 6 of these kids are doing a really nice job to have made it this far. I think they all have some kind of natural instinct about them. They all know what they're trying to accomplish. They make good eye contact. They get those pigs drove. They're respectful in terms of where they're at in the ring. They give themselves enough room and ring awareness and everything that we've talked about so far. So, you know, we've got the cream of the crop out here, and so each one of them's doing an excellent job. And, you know, I think it maybe gets a little bit close in a couple of decisions out here because they're all so good. But I'll go out and I'll get you a champion in reserve, and then we'll give all these kids a round of applause. Terrific job that they're doing.
Okay, so your champion and reserve champion both come out of the senior showmanship group.
So in the elite division, your champion is Keaton Dowse, and the reserve is Kobe Wells. Okay, now, next on the sheet here, we're going to do the crossbred dark breeding gilts. In that division, Jet Kramer, Kinley Keefe, Cooper Keefe, Trinity Mickle, Sarah Riddle, and Talon Tobias. Crossbred dark breeding gilts. On deck will be purebred breeding gilts, and that's Ty Valdez and Keaton Dowse.
Again, you're looking at crossbred dark breeding gilts.
A really nice class of breeding gilts as we get into our gilt division out here. And, you know, I think as you just really start to study them and kind of pull these pigs apart, there's one that maybe rises to the top pretty easily in my mind, and that's the young lady's gilt here with the kind of black spot on the top side of her skeleton here. You know, I think you start to study this gilt, and I like the way she gets out and moves. I think she's one that's pretty good in her angles. I think she's one that, you know, brings the most amount of volume and center body dimension to this class. She's so soft-sided, and you get over the top side of her skeleton, in, and she reads with plenty of width and dimension, especially right out of the top side of her shoulder. I really like this gilt a lot. You know, she's one that's stout and square out of her hip, and she gives you a nice look from the side as well. So just a really nice kind of logical place to start. From there, I'm going to kind of go with the gilt that I think offers just a little bit more structural integrity between the next two, and that's the young lady's kind of narrow-belted black gilt here in front of me. I think you get this one out on the move, and she's a little better in her angles. She's got a little more flex from her hock down to the ground as you kind of start to compare them, and this one does give you a really nice look. She's very feminine about her head and her neck. She's wide-made. She's maybe not just the deepest-sided pig out here, but I think she's one that has enough to her, so a nice gilt in third there. The young lady's gilt kind of rounding out here in front of me is going to be third, and I think, you know, I like this gilt just in terms of how much width she's got to her. She's soft-made, she's big rib, she's got a big old foot underneath her, but she is one that I'd just like to free her up in terms of her skeletal build just a little bit. She maybe gets a little bit straighter out of the point of her shoulder, but still an awfully nice gilt there. I think, you know, as we come out between the next three, it gets maybe a little bit closer between some differences just in terms of some type and kind and some structural integrity and build. But ultimately, I'm going to go with the young lady's kind of black gilt along the catch pins there. You know, this gilt is really long-sided. You have to appreciate just how much length she brings. She's got some width to her. She's maybe not the most expressively muscled or biggest topped pig in here, but I think one that's still awfully functional. She's got a nice underline. She's got some softness to her, and she still gets out and moves relatively well. And then we're going to go with the next black gilt out here, and this one too is similar. You know, she's a long-sided one. She's maybe one that pinches just a little bit in her ham-loin junction as you want to compare to this one that stands right ahead of her, but still a really good practical gilt that's got some femininity to her as well. And the young man's wide-belted gilt that's going to round out the class. You have to appreciate this one just in terms of her youthfulness. I think she's one that, you know, you start to study them in terms of some expression of muscle. She's got some expression. I think where it comes down for me is she's just one that gets the most narrow right out of the top side of her shoulder, and as you step in behind him, I think she's the one that just kind of reads the most base narrow, and just like to give her just a shot more added width and dimension, but a really nice class of breeding gilts there.
So we're gonna hold the first purple and second purple out of this group. First purple was Trinity Mickle, and second purple was Talon Tobias. So we just need to pin two. Then we're gonna bring in the purebred breeding gilts. There's two head, Ty Valdez and Keaton Dowse will be coming in as soon as this group gets out.
And while these groups are getting switched around, we'll thank another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Nebraska State Bank. Proud to be your local bank, serving the area since 1918. With 4 convenient locations in Callaway, Myrna, and Broken Bow, they have your financial service needs covered. Stop by any location today and get set up with free checking for your personal or business needs.
I'm going to go ahead and do the first call. For market gilts. Group number 1 market gilts, 208 to 228 pounds, will be Heath Larson, Keaton Dowse, Aaliyah Harder, Cooper Keefe, Titus Coleman, and Kobe Wells. That group is on deck right now, group number 1 market gilts. You are
Kind of seeing some things getting ready there in the staging area. One of our far away cameras. Tomorrow, when we get into beef and further into the fair, we'll utilize this camera because we use this whole arena. This is where they'll be getting ready to come out for the beef show. Right now, a little bit smaller as we continue to work with the swine. Again, this is that group of two, Ty Valdez and Keaton Dowse out there. Again, now that
a nice class here into our purebred portion of the gilt show. And, you know, the young man's white York gilt is going to win this class pretty easily. And, you know, this pig gives you such a nice look from the side. And you start to study her from a foot and bone standpoint. She's the biggest and most rugged about the amount of circumference of bone she has. She's good in her angles. She's good in her underline. And yet she's so wide-made and attractive as well. So a nice place to start the class. And then the young man's Duroc gilt that was second, a long-sided one. She, too, is good in her underline. I like the structural integrity that this one has. Unfortunately, she just runs into an awfully good individual today, but still deserving of a purple here, so nice class. Now we'll look at them here for your champion and reserve breeding gilt.
So she picks Keaton Dowse's breeding gilt out of that second group as the top in that group. And now, as you heard, a champion and reserve champion breeding gilt will be selected.
Well, as we get these four back out here, you know, four really good high-quality gilts. The young lady's kind of painted up gilt that wins this first class as we talked to her. You know, one that's good about her structure. She gets out and moves nice. I really like this gilt as you study her in terms of her underline. I think she's one that's long-sided and level-made. She's smooth in her appearance. She's attractive. She's maybe not as up-headed as that gilt that wins the second class. Maybe not one that's just quite as wide and pulled apart as she comes at you, but a really good individual there from the first class. And then this Yorkshire gilt that gets out here, I think one that's just really hard to build one that's better than this. She's good on her feet and her legs. She's so big-bodied. She's so rugged, and she's got so much top shape. You know, she's very impressive right out of the top side of her shoulder there and just how much width and dimension she has. And then she still does it in such a smooth, attractive type of look from the side. Very feminine about her head and her neck. I'll go out and I'll pick you a champion reserve. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
So based on what I saw there, champion breeding gilt belongs to Keaton Dowse and reserve champion breeding gilt Trinity Mickle.
So your champion in the breeding gilts would be Keaton Dowse, and reserve champion is Trinity Mickle. Nice job. Now we are going to head into the market gilt division. Group number one would be Heath Larson with number 1589, Keaton Dowse with number 503, Aaliyah Harder with number 1573, Cooper Keefe with number 507, Titus Coleman with number 1577, and Kobe Wells with number 1501. You guys are in the ring right now. On deck, market gilts, group number two. Addison Stump with pig number 1556, Kinley Keefe with pig number 521. Bodell Larson with hog number 1586. Avery Harder with hog number 1576. And Paisley Olchin with hog number 548. You guys are on deck.
Again, this is Group 1 of market gilts, 208 to 228 pounds. We'll pick purples out of 7 different groups of market gilts, and then we will bring however many in that is necessary to determine a champion and a reserve champion.
A nice class of market gilts here as we get into our market show. The young man's gilt walking right here in front of me is going to be the one that wins the class. And I think this is a gilt that just puts a lot of neat things together. She's good in her structure. She's good at the angle of her hawk down to the ground. She gives you an ultra nice look from the side. She's soft-centered, and you get on top of them. And this one's just the widest and stoutest featured one out here. Just a really nice place to start the class. From there, we're going to go with the young man's gilt right here in front of me. You know, I think if you want to talk about one that's so long-sided and really long in terms of just her front 1/3, this one does have that. She gives you such a nice look from the side. She's so clean-necked. She's wide-chested as she comes at you. But I think right where she gives up to our class winner, she's right in behind the top side of her shoulder blade. She maybe just doesn't come out with quite as much width and dimension as a class winner, but still a very nice gilt in their own right there in second. The young lady's gilt rounding out here to my right will be our 3rd place gilt, and this one's really good just in terms of when you talk about some leanness to her. She's very youthful about her appearance. You know, this gilt's best days are absolutely ahead of her as we keep pushing her on some feet. She's good on her structure, but today she's maybe just a little bit tighter ribbed type of gilt as you compare to those two that stand up ahead of her, but still a nice one there. And then the solid black gilt is going to be next, and kind of similar to the one that stands right up ahead of her. You know, one that's best days are still up in front of her as we keep feeding her. We just really like to soften her up. I think she's one that maybe wants to roll out of her hip a little bit, but still a high quality one there as well. The young man's kind of wide belted gilt walking in front of me is going to be next, and this one is extremely lean. She's extremely long-sided. She kind of gives you a harder doing type of look to her. You know, she's starting to get a little bit longer faced. I just like to soften her up, give her just a shot more depth of rib, a little more softness, and make her just a little more functional. I think she's one that kind of wants to struggle off of her rear too when you set her into motion, so just free her up and kind of give her a notch more to move her higher, but a nice project for him. And the young man's kind of Berkshire influence gilt that's going to round out the class here in front of me. Another really long-sided, a practical type of pig, one that's certainly functional. We just like to see her a little bit further along, you know, maybe make her a little bit closer to a market readiness point, but certainly one that when she gets to that point will hang a nice carcass on the rail. But let's give these kids a big round of applause. Nice class of market gilts.
Can you help me out? Sorry. I got him a purple.
Okay, so now, group number 1 there was first purple was Keaton Dowse, and second purple, Kobe Wells. We're going to roll into market gilts, group number 2. Addison Stump, hog number 1556. Kinley Keefe, hog number 521. Bodell Larson, hog number 1586. Avery Harder, hog number 1576. And Paisley Olchin with hog number 548. On deck, we'll have Aaliyah Harder with number 1574. Kellen Wattoon with hog number 1553. Bailey Kristen with hog number 538. Jet Kramer, hog number 1524. Kellen Wattoon with hog number 1554. And Avery Ostrand with hog number 522. That group is on deck.
All right, thank you, Mike. And thank you to Healing Hearts and Families, where they work to educate the public by implementing a variety of outreach activities and public education programs to increase awareness of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and bullying. Keep listening for information about how to donate to and attend their upcoming gala this fall. Thank you to Healing Hearts and Families for being a Purple Ribbon sponsor of Custer County Fair 2024 coverage. Again, this is Group 2 of market gilts, 230 to 236 pounds. Seven total groups of market gilts will go all the way up to 335 pounds. Then we'll have the top two. It'll get plenty crowded in here. We'll have the top two from each group come out to compete for champion and reserve champion market gilt. And then market barrows will be after that. There are 7 groups there, and then that'll wrap up the 4-H swine show, and we will transition to sheep.
Another nice class of the market gilts here, and I'm not sure there's one that necessarily just jumps out and grabs your attention of this class. It maybe takes a little bit more sorting, but ultimately I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's kind of calico gilt here to start the class. I think this one just has a little bit more softness. I think as you study them across the top side of her skeleton, she's one of the bigger back pigs out here. She gets out and moves well enough still today. You know, if you're going to change her, she maybe kind of rolls out of her hip a little bit. You'd maybe like to tie her neck into her shoulder just a little bit higher, but I think still a nice place to start the class here. From there, we're going to go with the young lady's kind of predominantly black gilt behind me. I think this one just follows our class winner just a little bit more closely in terms of some softness and depth of rib and some width right across the top side of her loin there. A nice place in second. I think maybe it gets a little bit more challenging between some maybe gets a little bit tougher in between these last three of maybe some pigs that are just a little bit harder doing, maybe some that just get a little bit tighter ribbed. Ultimately, I'm going to go with the young lady's gilt over here in the corner. You know, I think this is one that maybe just reads with a little bit more stoutness of feature. She's maybe just a little bit wider chested as you come right in behind her and study her in her forearm. I think she's one that reads with just a little bit more true width to her. And then from there, we're going to go with the other young lady's gilt that's tracked tracking behind me here, kind of the wider belted gilt. I think if you want to talk about one that has some leanness to her and some natural expression of muscle, this one has it. She is maybe one that's just a little bit off in her angles, maybe doesn't get out and utilize her front and rear legs quite as well as the one that stands right up ahead of her, but still a nice gilt there. And then the young lady's gilt that's going to round out the class, one that I just really like to give a little bit more flexibility at the ground. I think she's one that's getting awfully straight from her hock on down. Just like to soften her up a little bit, maybe make her take a little bit more athletic of a step, and then just give her a shot more depth of rib and some softness. She's one that's extremely lean, and we appreciate that about her. Just make her a little bit softer.
In that group, have a little microphone issues here, but in that group, where first purple was Paisley Olchin, and second purple, Avery Harder. That's going to bring into the ring group number 3, Market Gilts, Aaliyah Harder with hog number 1574, Kellen Wattoon with hog number 1553, Bailey Kristen with hog number 538, Jet Kramer with hog number 1524, Kellen Wattoon with hog number 1554, and Avery Ostrand with hog number 522. That puts on deck group number 4, Market Gilts, Olivia Ostrand with hog number 525, Ty Valdez with hog number 4629, Darby Dalby with hog number 1512, Darby Dalby again with hog number 1522, Bailey Kristen with hog number 540, Miles Babcock with hog number 5660, and Trinity Mickle with hog number 1560. You guys are on deck.
So again, you're looking at Group 3, Market Gilts. Again, the top 2 purples in Group 2, which just left, Paisley Olchin and Avery Harder. Again, this right now that you're looking at is Group 3 of 7 Market Gilts. This group 255 to 258 pounds.
Market pigs out here, you know, maybe another one that takes a little bit of sorting here, especially on the top pair, but ultimately I'm going to go with the young ladies kind of painted up gilt walking here in front of me. I think as you just really start to study them and pull them apart, you know, this pig's good at the ground. She gets out and moves nicely. She's probably the longer sided hog out here, and I like the shape that she has over the top side of her skeleton. You step in behind her, she's stout and square down to the ground. Certainly a nice gilt. You know, she's maybe not as soft centered as the one that's going to be second, but I think one that's just a little bit more wide and pulled apart. The young man's kind of predominantly black gilt with the broken belt here, headed towards the pins, is going to be second. And this one does have the advantage of being just a little softer centered. I think she's just a little bit bolder through the center portion of her rib cage. She's nice footed as well. I think for me, what puts her in second today is she's maybe one that's just not quite as fresh. When you get right over the top side of them there and start to study them, she's maybe one that just pinches just a nickel right in her hamloin junction, but an awfully nice, good, attractive made gilt there. The young lady's gilt along the fence there, the wide belted one will be third. Thunderbird. And I like this gilt just from a length standpoint. She's one that's tall, made at the point of her shoulder. She comes at you plenty wide. She's maybe one that just gets a little bit more shallow through the center portion of her body. I'm not sure she's quite as expressive over the top side of her loin as these two that are going to stand right in front of her, but an awfully nice individual there as well. It gets a little bit tougher between the next two white pigs. You know, we've got one that's a little bit more expressively muscled, but maybe a little tighter ribbed, and then we've got one that's a little softer made, but maybe just a little bit flatter muscled as well. Ultimately, I'm going to go with the young lady's gilt to my right. I think if you want to talk about putting one on a reel today, this one's ready to go. She's done a nice job of feeding her. She's definitely one that's going to hang a high-quality carcass on the rail. Sure, we'd like to maybe give her just a little bit more expression of muscle, but like I said, she's ready to go today, so nice pig there. The next white gilt, a really long-sided one. I like this one just in terms of length, and I think she does have a little bit more expression. She's maybe a little bit more of a harder doing type of gilt. I think she gets a little bit tighter flanked as you start to compare those two, but certainly a nice individual there as well. And then the young man's black hog that rounds out the class. You know, maybe more of a commercial type of hog, if you will, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's absolutely functional. He's done a nice job of getting her to the fair. She's ready to hang a carcass today. Unfortunately, I think she's just the most refined in terms of her bone work, and when you step in behind her, she just needs to be pulled apart in order to compete with these pigs that stand up ahead of her, but a nice class of gilts here.
Okay, so your first purple in that group was Avery Ostrand. Second purple, Jet Kramer. Brings into the ring group number 4, Olivia Ostrand with hog number 525. Ty Valdez with hog number 4629. Darby Dalby with hog number 1512. Darby Dalby again with hog number 1522. Bailey Christian with hog number 540. Miles Babcock with hog number 5660.
They got a battery issue with one of the microphones solved, and then the other one died on them as well. But that last one they're waiting on is Trinity Mickle with hog 1560, so they'll get that microphone issue solved. And we're underway with Group 4. Group 5 is on deck. Bailey Kristen, Heath Larson, Rafe Larson, Avery Harder, and Trinity Mickle with market gilts 271 to 281 pounds. That will be our third to last group. Coming up after this, group number 4 out there right now. While we have a chance, want to thank another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, A1 Auto Repair in Arnold, the trusted name in auto repair and maintenance services for families across the area. They offer a wide variety of services that your vehicle needs to thrive. Find them on Facebook or stop in to visit with them at A1 Auto Repair. Proud to bring you coverage from the Custer County Fair. Again, if you're just joining us, we had Showmanship first thing this morning. Took a little bit less than an hour, and those champions and reserve champions are scrolling on the bottom of your screen.
And there's 3 really good individuals on the top side of this class. Ultimately, I'm going to go with the young man's belted gilt walking away from me here. I think this one just really neat in her design. You get her on a profile, and she gives you such a nice look. She's so clean up through that front one. She's so big and rugged, and when you study her feet and her legs, and she comes at you, she's just so, comes at you with just so much width. You get over the top side of her, she's got expression of muscle, she's got some width, and she's still got some softness to her. So just a really nice place to start the class. The young man's white gilt here is going to be second. I think she really resembles our class winner quite a lot. I think she's one that's really big in terms of how much bone circumference she has underneath her. She's certainly one that gives you a nice look from the side. She's maybe one that's just not quite as long-fronted, maybe doesn't give you quite as much type of look, and I think that's kind of what sorts them, because this is a really high-quality pair here on the top side, so another good individual there in the second hole. Young lady's gilt out here to my right is going to be third, and I love this gilt just in terms of how long spine she is. She's one that's big and robust over the top side of her skeleton. She's got plenty of width of loin in her. She maybe isn't just quite as soft-made, maybe doesn't give you quite as much of a look as those two that get in front of her, but still a really high quality gilt there in the third hole as well. The young lady's kind of blue-butted one over here that's coming at me. I like this one just in terms of a width standpoint. I think this one's so pulled apart and she's so widely constructed, but with that she's starting to get some more struggles at the front of her skeleton there with that wide shoulder. She's maybe walking outside of herself. She's one that's just getting a little bit soft on her pasterns there, just doesn't get out and move quite as well, and then she's a little more restricted off of her rear too. So if we could just set her in a little better, just a little better structurally, I think, this gilt could move up a little higher, but today she's just maybe one that just doesn't want to get out and go quite as well. From here we get these three pigs that are maybe just similar in terms of type and kind, being good functional feeding type of pigs. Young man's kind of hamp cross belted gilt here is going to be next. I think this one just has just a little more width to her. I think she's one that's maybe just a little more fresh in her condition. He's done a nice job of feeding her and getting her to the fair. From there we're going to go with the young lady's blue-butted gilt. I love this one just in terms of a length standpoint. If you talk about some length of loin and some expression there, she's one that's pretty good. She still gets out and moves well. We just like to make her just a little bit wider. And then the red pig that's going to round out the class, I think one again that we just kind of like to make her just a little bit wider, maybe pull her apart just a little bit. But as you compare to those two pigs that stand right up ahead of her, I think she's one that maybe just doesn't move off of her front end of her skeleton quite as well, maybe kind of gets up in her top side as you set her into motion, but a nice class of market gilts there.
Okay, so first purple in that group goes to Miles Babcock. Second purple to Ty Valdez. That'll bring into the show ring group number 5. We'll switch our camera over there so you can see them enter. That'll be Bailey Kristen, Heath Larson, Rafe Larson, Avery Harder, and Trinity Mickle. Again, up to this point, first and second purples in each group. I'll read them down for you. Keaton Dowse, Kobe Wells, and then Paisley Olchin and Avery Harder, then Avery Ostrand and Jet Kramer, and then that group we just had, Miles Babcock and Ty Valdez. Again, this next group that's coming in currently that I just read for you is group 5 out of 7 in market gilts. This is Group 5 of market gilts. Again, 271 to 281 pounds. Bailey Christian, Heath Larson, Rafe Larson, Avery Harder, and Trinity Mickle. Awaiting hearing from our judge, and she's turned that mic on.
Here, and I think a pretty close top pair here as we start to get into him, but ultimately the young man right here to my left will be the one that wins the class. I think when you start to study him at the ground, this one maybe just has a little bit more flex off of her rear too, and when she comes at you, I think she's just a little more pulled apart at the base of her skeleton there, a little more wide-chested, but a really nice hog to start off the class. You know, she's got some top shape and she's very expressively muscled, and I really love this gilt when you step in behind her and study her from out of her hip down to the ground. She's so stout and square there, a gilt that we like quite a lot. Young man's gilt here in the corner is going to be second. Like I said, a pair that's pretty similar, I think. But, you know, both of them have a lot of top shape and expression of muscle to them. She, too, has plenty of width and dimension to her. She's maybe one that's just not quite as free moving off those rear two. I think she still gets out and goes relatively well. Maybe just doesn't have quite as much flex out of her hock as you want to top some comparisons in between the top two here. The young lady in third will be the one walking out here in front of me to my left. I think this gilt, you know, if you want to talk about one that's big loin, this one absolutely is, and I appreciate that about her. I think she's one that maybe just gets a little bit harder doing in terms of some structural integrity. I think she's maybe one that just doesn't get out and float quite as easily as those pigs that stand up ahead of her. Maybe wants to pull up in her top a little bit, but still a stout made, wide constructed type of gilt there in the third hole. Young lady's kind of spotted belted gilt here that's going to come next. I think, you know, one that's really soft made. She's practical. She's got a nice amount of back fat on her. She's certainly going to hang a nice carcass on the rail. She maybe just gets a little bit outpowered, maybe just gets a little bit flatter when you step right in behind her, but still a nice project for her. And then the young man's white gilt that's going to round out the class. Another kind of commercial-oriented pig that I like just in terms of some structural integrity. She's long-sided. She, like we said before, maybe one that just needs to be widened up and given a little bit more dimension over the top side there. But certainly a nice class of market hogs there.
So your first purple in that group was Heath Larson, and second purple, Rafe Larson. That'll bring into the ring group number 6, Market Gilts. Tally Horkey, number 1598. Kobe Wells, number 1500. Hayden Christian, hog number 537. Jamison Harder, hog number 1572. And Miles Babcock, hog number 5659. You guys are currently coming into the ring. That will put on deck Kagan Watoon, hog number 1555. Jet Kramer, hog number 1525. Talon Tobias, hog number 536. Cal Wells, hog number 1451. Tylee Hendricks, hog number 552. And Tylee Hendricks again, hog number 551. You're currently on deck, Group 7.
Again, if you folks would like throughout the day, drop a line in the chat. Let us know who you're watching and cheering on. Larry there in the comment section. It is still pretty foggy out there. It was weird when we got here at 6 this morning to set up. There wasn't much fog at all. And right around 9 o'clock, well, maybe a little before 9, a lot of fog started to roll in. And I thought initially it was dust. It was coming in so quickly, but yeah, it was just fog rolling into the area. Still a little bit of that out there.
Nice class of market gilts here, and taking some more time in this top pair because I think there's two really, really good individuals, and there's some differences here. I think there's one that's just a little bit bigger footed, maybe one that's a little bit more fresh, and then there's one that's maybe just got a little bit more width and dimension and maybe moves really nice but just isn't quite as fresh. So, you know, there's some give and take here, and they're two individuals that I like quite a lot. And, you know, I think you could kind of go back and forth and argue both ways, but ultimately I really like some structural integrity. I'm going to go with the young man's kind of broken belted gilt to my right here, and I think this is a really good individual. She gets out and moves so soft. She's so good in her angles, especially to the point of, you know, these are getting to be some pretty good size gilts. She's still really fresh and feminine about her head and her neck. She gets her head up and she gives you an ultra cool look from the side, and you step in behind them and you just have to appreciate how much width and dimension that this pig possesses and brings out here to the ring. So a nice place to start the class. The young man's gilt right here in front of me, walking around to the pins, is going to be second. I love this gilt just in terms of a circumference of bone. She's huge legged. She's certainly walking around on some tree trunks. She's big top. She's big hipped. She's probably just a little bit more fresh in her condition, but I think she's one that's just a little bit softer on her feet. I think, you know, she's maybe one that just doesn't get out and move with quite as much command. She's maybe one that's just not quite as good on her front end as you just start to talk about some structure, but one that you really have to appreciate a lot of really neat pieces that she has. You know, from there we're going to go with the young man's kind of painted up black and white gilt next. I like this gilt just from a practicality standpoint. She's one that's got some width and dimension to her. You step in behind her. She's stout and square out of her hip. She's getting to the point where she's probably carrying a little bit of excess fat. Maybe her best days were a couple weeks behind her. But when it comes down to it, still one that I think is going to hang some product on the rail. From there, we're going to go with the young lady's kind of painted up calico gilt next. A really long-sided one. I think one that's probably just a nickel more fresh in her condition. But with that, you know, she's maybe one that we just like to give a little bit more flexibility and ease off of both ends of her structure to go. I think she's one that's just maybe just a little more restricted in her movements, but still a nice gilt there. And then the white kind of blue-butted gilt that's going to round out the class. Another tall-made, long-sided type of gilt here. Again, just like to give her a little more width and natural muscle shape to go any higher today, but a nice class of the market gilts.
All right, so that wraps up Group 6.
In that group, first purple was Kobe Wells, and second purple was Miles Babcock. That's going to bring in group number 7 of the market gilts with Kagan Wattoon, number 1555, Jet Kramer with hog number 1525, Talian Tobias with hog number 536, Cal Wells, hog number 1451. Tylee Hendricks with hog number 552, and Tylee Hendricks again with hog number 551. Just a quick note about our judge today, Bailey Heinrichs. She grew up on a Adams County 4-H showing cattle swine operation, and she showed cattle at the state and national level and was very active in the Junior Charolais Association. Attended college at Nebraska College of Technical Agriculture, where she majored in livestock production and ag business. While at NCTA, she was a member of livestock judging team and fortunate enough to place in the top 10 at multiple different contests. After college, she returned to the family farm where they raised corn, soybeans, and wheat and continued to expand the registered herd of Charolais and commercial cattle. They sell bulls and females for seed stock production. Grew up as a part-time crop insurance adjuster at Farmers Mutual. That's where she currently works at as well. Greatly enjoy giving back to the industry, she says, and she's passionate about serving as the co-advisor of the Junior Nebraska Charolais Association, beef superintendent for Adams County, and president of the Nebraska Charolais Association Board. Bailey truly enjoys being able to travel across the Midwest judging shows and interacting with the great youth of the livestock industry. So thank you very much for being here. Very good judge.
Some nice gilts here as we get into our heavyweight class. The young man's belted gilt here right in front of me is gonna win this class. And you know, we're starting to talk about some gilts that are getting up there in terms of just the weight that they're carrying, and she's still doing this very nicely. She's still very fresh. She still reads with a lot of shape and dimension to her. You get in behind her, and this one's so big-hammed. You know, I really like that about her. She's soft-centered. She gives you a nice look from the side. She's maybe not the freest moving pig we've seen today, but I think she's one that's good enough structurally. Just a nice place to start the class. From there, we're going to go with the young lady's kind of white blue-faced pig here, and another one that I think follows our class winner really nicely just in terms of type and kind. She's still one that's pretty wide-made. She's robust in terms of just how much shape and dimension she brings in terms of her center third of her body. I guess for me, what puts her in second is maybe the angle of her shoulder. She's maybe just not one that wants to get out and utilize those front two quite as well. And she's maybe one that's just not quite as fresh as that one that wins this class, but a really nice gilt there in the second hole as well. The young man's belted gilt here coming to my left is next, and another really good individual. I think she's one that is very fresh, and I appreciate that about her. She has a ton of shape and dimension. She's maybe just not one that gives you quite as much kind of look and kind of a show ring eye appeal as those two gilts that stand right up ahead of her do, but a good practical pig there as well. Young lady's black gilt coming here next to me, a really long-sided one. She's leaner made, and I really appreciate that about her. You know, but I think she's one that when you step in behind her, she maybe gets a little more disappointing. She just doesn't read with quite as much muscle shape and expression over the top side of her skeleton as those pigs that stand up ahead of her do. And then we're left with a pair here on the bottom, and ultimately I'm going to go with the red kind of pig for next. I think this one's just a little bit more lean. I think this one has maybe just a little bit more shape out of her ham. A nice hog there that's certainly going to hang some pounds of product on the rail. And then the white pig that rounds out the class, you know, one that's long-sided. We just like to give her a little more width and freshness.
So your first purple in that group was Cal Wells, and the second purple, Taylin Tobias. So now we're going to bring back the first purples to compare them all together, and the second purples need to be held, and we'll have to bring one of them back when we figure out who wins the champion.
Okay, so as you heard there, first purple from all 7 groups going to compete against each other for champion, and then whichever group that champion is chosen out of, the group they were originally in, they will bring in the second purple from that group to have a chance at reserve champion. So, all out there right now will be Cal Wells, Kobe Wells, Heath Larson, Miles Babcock, Avery Ostrand, Paisley Olchin, and Keaton Dowse. Those will be all the market gilts out there. Again, in market gilts today, lowest weight of any of them was 208 pounds. Biggest weight was 335 pounds this year. And we're determining our champion gilt right now. They're waiting for one more to get in there, and then they'll continue competing. Gives us an opportunity to thank another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors this morning. Sargent Irrigation. With 9 locations in Nebraska and Iowa, they're proud to serve your well drilling and pumping needs. You can find them online or on Facebook. They're proud of all the participants who work so hard towards fair. And again, thank you to all of the sponsors that you are seeing scroll on the top right-hand part of your screen. Not possible for us to be here streaming for you for 3 full days, early morning until well into the afternoon. And then on Thursday evening, we added that last year to our radio broadcast. We do a radio and video broadcast now of the livestock sale, which traditionally ends the Custer County Fair each year. So we'll have that on Thursday night as well, so you can tune in for that. But again, we're just started. We are an hour and 40 minutes into Custer County Fair 2024 coverage here with the 4-H Swine Show. Again, about to determine a champion gilt. Not much of a breeze out here today, if at all. Kind of muggy here at the fairgrounds. And we'll hear from the judge.
Really nice drive of the market gilts as we get them back out here in contention for your champion reserve market gilts. We'll just kind of talk about them individually, and then I'll go out and make a selection. But the young man's gilt here from the first class, I think one that you just love in terms of a design standpoint. This gilt is so good in terms of her feet and her legs. She's big-footed. She gives you an ultra-nice look from the side. She's ripped up and expressive over the top side of her skeleton. She's got a big old hip in her. You know, we're at the point where this one's a very high-quality pig. We're kind of out here in a market show, so you know we would like her to be bigger, but I think one as you project for kind of a state fair type of hog, quality's very good. Very nice pig there from that first class. Kind of the colorful calico gilt from the second class. I think as you get them out here, maybe one that gets a little bit more plain. I think she's one that maybe rolls out of both sides of her skeleton, doesn't have quite as much width and dimension as some of the other pigs out here in this particular drive, but a really nice gilt as well. I think she's certainly a functional one, and we appreciate that about her. The young lady's kind of colorful gilt here from the third class. Another one that's still pretty green in terms of her condition. She's very youthful about her head and her neck. She gets out and moves extremely well. Her functionality is kind of what led her to win that particular class. She's long-sided. You know, if you could change her, you'd maybe just give her a little extra added look, maybe soften her up just a little bit, but a nice pig there in the third hole from the third class as well. Kind of the young man's gilt that's driving at me from the fourth class. I think if you want to talk about one that has some top shape and just some overall width, this one has it. She's big-footed. She gets out and moves extremely well. She still gives you an ultra-nice look from the side. She's fresh. If you're going to change anything, she's maybe just a nickel short-sided as you start to compare to some of the other pigs out here, but I think one that's awfully good in her own right as well. The young man's gilt, from the fifth class here. Another one that gives you a nice look. This one's really soft-made. She gets out and moves nicely. She's big and stout and square from her hip. As you read her over the top side of her hip down to the ground, she's very expressive over the top side of her skeleton as she comes out of her shoulder. Just a nice solid gilt there from that class. And then our heavyweight gilt that we just saw as we talked her in class. You know, some that are getting up here in terms of a weight range, but she's still one that's very fresh. She carries that very well. She's huge topped. She's big footed. She's soft made. She maybe doesn't move quite as well as a couple of the smaller gilts that are out here, but I think one that's awfully good as well. So with that being said, you know, I think there's definitely 3 or 4 that just really hit me and I think are very, very good quality type of pigs. So I'll go out and I'll pick you a champion, and then we'll take their respective second place back in here and take a look for reserve. But let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause. Really, really good competitive drive of the market gilts.
Okay, so Miles Babb Babcock out of Group 4 is going to be your champion, Market Gilt. And so that means that Ty Valdez will come in and compete. At least they should.
So we need to bring back in Ty Valdez.
Okay.
With hog number 4629 out of group number 4.
And I just saw Ty sprint back over to the barn, so we might have a little bit of a wait here before Ty is back and taking that one all the way back to the barn. So we're going to be waiting a little bit here, unfortunately. And again, we're looking for our reserve champion gilt. Congratulations to Miles Babcock, the champion in this division. Market Barrows coming up next. Pretty good show there. 7 groups there, all ranging from 5 to 6 in each group, going up to 339 pounds, starting down at 190 pounds. So that is what is going to be next. And then Cheap going to be following that.
While we have a second here, I want to mention the people that sponsored the banners for the hog show here. And we have the Casey Tobias family. We have Meade Lumber Company in Broken Bow. We have 2 memorials for our old friend Pat Downey. We have Arrow Seed Company, Vet Care, Dr. Larry Coleman. We have Myers Land and Cattle, Custer County Farm Bureau Federation, Jeff Denson, DPT, Thomas Livestock, and Ty and Tabby Sievers. We would like to thank all those businesses and individuals for helping sponsor the banners for this hog show. So thank you very much.
So our second place is kind of headed back up towards here. The white gilt from that class, as we talked in class, that was a really tough pair. You know, I think there was some differences just in terms of maybe some structural integrity, but when it came down to it, this white gilt that's coming and making her way up here now is one that was very expressively topped. She's soft made. You know, she's maybe not the longest sided pig we've seen today, but she's very fresh in terms of the amount of fat cover she's got on her. Just a really good individual as well. So we'll take a look. You know, like I said earlier, I think there's maybe a couple out here that just really kind of catch my attention, and it's kind of between a couple, and I'll go ahead and I'll tell you which ones I'm kind of looking at. It's the gilt from that first class, and as we've talked, just in terms of quality, I like this gilt a lot. Is she maybe a little small in the market division at this point? You know, maybe, but I think quality-wise, this one absolutely has it. And then the gilt from the 5th class, I believe, would be 6th class maybe. Over here coming at me, I think this one's awfully good. She's good structured. She gets out and moves extremely well. And then we'll kind of look at this white gilt that came in. But anyhow, a bunch of really good gilts out here. I commend everybody for a drive of this quality. So let's give them a round of applause, and I'll pick your reserve.
Okay, so she had great things to say about several of these gilts out here, and she's going to take one more look at them and then determine a reserve champion. Okay, and it's the one competitor not wearing a back bib. I'm pretty sure I know who that is, but we'll let Mr. Evans fill us in.
Okay, so your champion gilt was Miles Babcock, and reserve champion gilt Keaton Dowse. Nice job, gentlemen.
Okay, so that means we head to market barrows next. 190 to 245 pounds will be coming into the show ring first. Keaton Dowse, Ty Valdez, Bodell Larson, Heath Larson, Hayden Christian, and Tally Horkey. Again, that is market barrows, 190 to 245 pounds coming in. And champion gilt was Miles Babcock. Reserve champion gilt was Keaton Dowse. Take a moment and thank another one of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Custer Public Power District, keeping your light shining bright. Nebraska is still the only state in the U.S. that is served 100% by public power, and Custer Public Power proudly serves the Custer County community and beyond. Locally owned and governed by you, Custer Public Power District, happy to be bringing you coverage of the 2024 Custer County Fair. Again, you're looking at Group 1, market barrows, 190 to 245 pounds. Keaton Dowse, Ty Valdez, Bodell Larson, Heath Larson, Hayden Christian, and Tally Horkey. Again, if you feel so inclined throughout the day or the next few days, drop a line in the Facebook chat. Love to hear from you. Del and Christine Moniker, they stopped by and said, thanks for live streaming. You do a great job. Appreciate that. The fog that some of you were commenting on earlier on is kind of rolling out of the area slowly but surely.
Some differences as we've got kind of a 50, 60 pound spread in here makes things a little more challenging as you just start to study them. But, you know, we're kind of at a point where there's maybe not any that are just quite ready to go hang a carcass on the rail today. So we're going to just go from some quality standpoint. Young man Spotted Barrow over here is going to win the class. And I think, you know, just in terms of quality, I love this barrow. I think this is a really good one. He's very well built. He's good structured. He's wide and pulled apart at the base of his chest floor there. He's wide skulled, and he carries that width all the way across the top side of his skeleton, and he just does it in such an attractive and stylish package there. So a nice place to start the class. Young man's Black Barrow is going to follow up, and I think he just follows our class winner really nicely in type and kind. He's stout made. He's got plenty of width and dimension to him. He's maybe not quite as expressive right over the top side of his loin, but he's still one that's got some structural integrity, and he's still got some width and dimension to him. If you're going to change him, I think he's one that reads a little bit moderate frame size, maybe add a little frame to him, but a nice pig there. You know, and maybe gets a little bit tougher here. Ultimately, I'm going to go with the young lady's kind of calico barrow here over along my left. I think this one just reads with a little bit more true dimension. I think he's one that has just a little more expression, maybe one that's just a little bigger loined. I don't think he's perfect when you set him into motion, but he's certainly one that will go on to hang a nice carcass on the rail. And then the young lady's barrow here to my left is going to be next. And this one's so lean. He's very fresh about his condition. He's really good and youthful about his head and his neck. He's good in terms of his structure. He's just one that just gets a little bit more flat, a little more peaked across the top side of his skeleton to go any higher today, but she's doing a nice job with him. From there, we're going to go with the young man's barrow that's walking at me. And I think this one, if you could just really rebuild him from a structural standpoint, that might change things for him. But he does get a little bit more flat. But I think, you know, still a nice pig that'll hang some pounds on the rail when it comes down to that point. And then the young lady's wide-belted barrow that's going to round out the class. As we've talked earlier, you know, more of a commercial-oriented pig, and there's nothing wrong with that. He's functional. He's good to put it. He gets out and moves. As you start to compare him to the pigs out here, we would just like to give him a shot more muscle, just kind of widen him up, but a nice market hog there as well.
Okay, so first purple in that group went to Keaton Dowse. Second purple goes to Ty Valdez. That brings up a group of 4 for group 2, 261 to 264 pounds. Miles Babcock, Paisley Olchin, Cade Smith, and Cal Wells all competing here. And we'll get a shot of them as they enter into the show ring. Again, thanks for tuning in today, folks. This is day number 1. We're just short of 2 hours into day number 1 of 3. Sheep coming here later on today. Also going on today, the 4-H Bucket Calf Show. We've got a full day ahead tomorrow and on Wednesday as well. Then on Thursday evening, we'll be live again as they have the auction. That livestock auction traditionally ends the Custer County Fair each year. We started adding video to our radio broadcast. You can listen to the auction on KCNI 1280 AM and 96.3 FM as well. Don't forget, tonight, the Free Pit Barbecue is going on. Tuffy Winberg Memorial Free Pit Barbecue over by the grandstands. And then make sure you stick around. The Custer County Classic Bull Riding is going to be happening after that. It's a great, great show. Been giving away wristbands to that on KCNI and KBBN on the breakfast show. Hopefully you got a hold of one of those. Can you see this is the kind of the staging area on the far side? We'll utilize all these cameras during beef a little bit more, but this is the staging area of swine. A little dark right now. Those cameras are so far away I can't just reach over and adjust it, unfortunately. But that one is over there. We'll get that maybe adjusted a little bit brighter at some point. But again, this is group number 2 of market barrows, 261 to 264 pounds that you're looking at right now. And again, you'll see scrolling at the bottom of your screen all of the champions and reserve champions that have been crowned so far. We started with Showmanship, and then we moved into gilts. First we had breeding gilts, and then we had market gilts after that. Now we're in barrows.
A nice class of market barrows here, a little bit smaller class, and I think there's some absolute quality in here. I'm going to go ahead and use kind of the young man's kind of light colored barrow here to start the class. I think when you just start to study him from a foot and bone standpoint, this is one that I like quite a lot. He gets out and moves extremely well. He's long-sided. He gives you a nice look from the side, and he's got plenty of shape and dimension to him. So just a really nice individual to start the class off with. Maybe gets a little bit closer as we come through these next barrows, but ultimately the young man's black pig coming along the rail there is going to be next. I think this is one that's just a little bit wider made, a little bit stouter featured, one that reads with just a little more expression of muscle right over the top side of his loin. Certainly a nice pig there in the second hole as well. And then we're going to go with the young man's kind of white pig here next. I like the length of spine that this one brings. I think he's got some expression of muscle. He's not maybe the widest and most pulled apart as he comes at you, but I think one that's still pretty fresh and still good in the amount of fat cover that he's got on him. And then the young lady's black barrow that rounds out the class, another one that's good in terms of his structure. You like the way that he just gets out and flows around the ring. He's got some length of spine to him. When you step right in behind him, I think he's one that just reads as the flattest and narrowest made type of pig of this particular class, but a nice class of the market barrows there.
So your first purple in that group, Miles Babcock, and second purple, Cade Smith.
Okay, that'll bring in Group 3 of market barrows. Titus Coleman, Kinley Keefe, Hayden Kristen, Olivia Ostrand, Cooper Keefe, and Rafe Larson. Again, this is Group 3 of market barrows, ranging from 270 to 277 pounds. That puts on deck Group number 4 of market barrows, 278 to 289 pounds. Avery Harder, Trinity Mickle, Connor Paulson, Darby Dalby, Jamison Harder, and Jake Bumgarner. Again, there's 7 groups of market barrows. We'll determine a champion barrow and a reserve champion barrow after that. And then we'll have overall grand champion market swine and overall reserve champion market swine. And then that will close out the 4-H swine show for 2024. So we're cruising right along here this morning. Want to thank Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, proud to be serving the Custer County area. Right now, land is moving at a high rate of speed, so if you were considering selling your land, now is the time. Contact John Farley with Lashley Land to find out what your land might be worth. Call 308-530-7854 or check out lashleyland.com. Thank you to Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers for being a Purple Ribbon sponsor of 2024 Custer County Fair coverage.
Barrows out here, and the young lady's kind of shined up barrow along the rail here is going to win the class, and this is one that I like quite a lot just in terms of a structural integrity standpoint. He gets out here and he moves so freely around the ring. He's good at the point of his angles. He's up-headed. He gives you a nice look from the side, and he's still got some width and dimension to him. A nice place to start the class. Young lady's barrow here that is kind of circling around. I think, you know, if you're going to compare some width and dimension, this one probably does have just a little more width than the one that's going to win the class. I think he's just a little more expressive right over the top side of his loin there. But with that, he is maybe one that's just a little bit more straight at the angle of his shoulder. I'd like to give him a little more angle, a little more softness through that front on third and really make him get out and reach as he steps into motion, but a really nice kind of widely constructed pig there in second. From there, we're going to go with the young, there's another belted one out here. The one that's already left, we're going to go with that one for third. And I think that was one that really follows our class winners in type and kind. Right here she is. I think one that's got some width and dimension to her. She's certainly one that gives you a nice look from the side. But with that, I think one that I just like to make him utilize, especially his rear right leg just a little better. He kind of wants to swivel as he steps into motion on that one. Maybe give him just a little bit more structural integrity when we set him in motion, but a nice hog there. From there, we're going to go with the young man's kind of colorful, painted up, spotted barrow over here. I think this one has some top shape and dimension. He comes at you relatively wide. He's maybe one that just gets a little bit softer, maybe one that's carrying a little more back fat than a couple of the others, maybe not giving you quite as much of a lean type of look, but when it comes down to it, certainly a bold made type of one that's going to hang a nice carcass on the rail. And then the young man's kind of Berkshire influence barrow here is going to be next. A really long-sided one that does have some width and dimension. He's doing a nice job getting this pig out and moving. You know, maybe one that just gets a little bit straighter off of both ends of his skeleton. Would like to give him just a little more expression of muscle to go any higher. And the young lady's white pig that's going to round out the class, long-sided, gets out and goes. We appreciate that. As we've said, you know, one that's going to hang a nice carcass on the rail. Just like to give him a little bit more width and dimension to go any higher. But nice class of market hogs there. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, so your first purple in that group was Cooper Keefe, and second purple was Kinley Keefe.
Okay, thank you, Mike. And you heard that there. That brings us to group number 4 of market barrows. And as we said, market barrows group 4 range from 278 to 289 pounds. Avery Harder, Trinity Mickle, Connor Paulson, Darby Dalby, Jamison Harder, and Jake Bumgarner all competing here in group 4. That puts on deck group 5. Market barrows 289 to 300 pounds. In that group will be Connor Paulson, Taylon Tobias, Connor Paulson again, Ty Valdez, Bodie Bumgarner, and Kinley Keefe. And fairly common to see multiple entries by one person in a group, and very common to see multiple entries across several different groups by one person. So truly takes a team effort with family and friends, making sure you get your pigs moved around and where they need to be in order to come out and compete. Again, we're looking at Group 4 market barrows: Avery Harder, Trinity Mickle, Connor Paulson, Darby Dalby, Jamison Harder, and Jake Bumgarner, all out there right now on your screen.
Another nice class of the market bearers here, and I think there's some differences here on the top side of things between first and second, and I think you could go a couple different ways with them, but ultimately I'm going to go with kind of the young man's barrow here walking out in front of me. I think as you just start to study him from a structural standpoint, I think this one maybe gets out and moves just a little more free, gives you a nice look from the side. He's really up-headed and attractive through that front 1/3 of his body. He's got some width and dimension to him. If you're going to change this pig any, I would like to freshen him up just a little bit. I think he's maybe one that's just getting a little bit softer as you start to compare him to some pigs that stand underneath him, but a nice hog to start the class off with. And then we're going to go with the young lady's kind of belted barrow walking at me here. I like this pig a lot just in terms of a width standpoint. He's probably the biggest and the widest made right out of the top side of his blade there. He's got a big loin in him, and you step in behind him and you appreciate how wide he is. But with that, he's maybe one that doesn't utilize his rear legs quite as well. I think he's one that just gets a little bit, maybe a little more restricted as you set him into motion, but still a nice pig there. Young man's kind of blue belted one that's going to come next is really long-sided. I appreciate that about this pig. He's very lean and very fresh in terms of his condition. He gets out and moves nicely. He's maybe one that just gets a little bit tighter made through the center 1/3 of his body as you start to kind of compare him to those two pigs that stand up ahead of him, but certainly a nice one there in 3rd as well. And then we're going to go with the young man's kind of spotted black-headed pig that's going to come next. And I like this one just in terms of how widely constructed he is. He comes at you really pulled apart. He's maybe one that gets a little bit more plain as you start to study him from an eye appeal standpoint. He's maybe one that just needs freshened up ever so slightly, but a really nice hog there as well. And then the young lady's black pig that's going to be next, a long-sided one that has a big old ham in him. I would just like to free him up as you send him into motion. He's pretty restricted off of both ends of his skeleton, maybe just give him a little bit more flexibility and ease, but a nice hog as well. And then the young lady's kind of belted barrow that's going to round out the class. Big volumed, kind of an easy doing type of pig, certainly one that will hang plenty of pounds of carcass on the rail. We'd just like to stouten him up and maybe freshen him up a little bit, but a nice pig there. So let's give them a round of applause on a nice class of market hogs.
So your first purple in that group, Connor Paulson, and second purple, Trinity Mickle.
Okay, so those two will compete in some way, shape, or form for champion or reserve Connor Paulson will come back and compete for champion barrow. If he wins champion barrow, then Trinity Mickle would compete for reserve champion barrow. So that brings in Group 5. Connor Paulson back in there again. Taylor Tobias. Connor Paulson with another entry in this group of 289 to 300 pounds. And then Ty Valdez, Bodie Bumgarner, and Kinley Keefe all coming into the show ring now. And this will be our third to last group of market barrows. Want to thank another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Moline Seed and Fence, serving farmers and ranchers by providing quality products at an affordable price. They're always looking for new products that will benefit farmers and ranchers. Their motto is simple: we operate out of our ranch to save your ranch money. Give them a call at 308-529-0781. Thank you very much to Moline Seed and Fence, a Purple Ribbon sponsor of 2024 Custer County Fair coverage. You'll see their logo as well as the other logos of those sponsoring our video coverage scrolling at the top right-hand part of your screen. There are also radio sponsors who are bringing interviews of the 4-H and FFA kids to KCNI Pure Country, 1280 AM and 96.3 FM, along with the pure country music that you love. Those started a few days ago, and we've got over 100 of those that are playing on the air throughout the Custer County Fair. And those interviews, as is the case with any of the interviews that we do with kids throughout the year, are great. Love hearing from those kids, so make sure you tune in to KCNI to hear those. Again, this is our third to last group of market barrows, 289 to 300 pounds.
A nice class of barrows as we starting to get into some heavier weight divisions out here. I think as you just start to kind of study them from a structural integrity standpoint, there's one that maybe kind of starts to sort himself up towards the top, and that's the young lady's broken belted barrow here in front of me. I think if you want to talk about putting one into motion, he's maybe not perfect, but I think he gets out and moves a little bit better than the one we're going to go for with second. I think he's one that's maybe just a little bit more shapely over the top side of his skeleton, right out of the point of his blade there, and when you step in behind him, maybe one that reads just a little bit stouter and square to the ground. You know, you could freshen him up a little bit, but I think a nice quality hog there to start the class off with. The young man's barrow here, the wide belted barrow, is going to be second. I think one, if you leave him on a standstill, this one gives you a really nice look on the side. He's really up-headed. He ties really nicely into his shoulder. Gives you just a good look. He's big-footed. But that, that but with that, he's maybe not one that gets out and moves quite as freely. It's a little bit more restricted out of his rear too, and I'd like to give him just a little bit more angle from his shoulder down to the ground, but a nice pig there in the second hole as well. The young lady's white pig with the black face here is going to be next. And I think this one kind of comes down to some leanness. I think he's one that's just a little bit more lean. He's maybe a little more expressively muscled. This pig is very wide made. I think, you know, if you could kind of freshen him up and lean him up just a little bit, he might go a little higher in this class, but a nice pig there in third as well. Then the pig, the young man's barrow over here along the rail is going to be next. And if you want to talk about one that's got a big loin in him, this one absolutely does. He's expressive across the top side of his skeleton there. He's maybe one that gets a little bit more restricted as you set him into motion as well. I'm not sure he's one that's just quite as sound as a couple of the others in this particular drive, but a barrow that I think is going to hang a nice carcass on the rail. And then we come to the young lady's pig circling behind me, one that's really soft made. He gives you a really easy feeding type of look. He's got some width and dimension. We'd just like to give him a little bit more expression, maybe give him a little bit more refined in terms of the amount of fat he's carrying today. She's done a nice job with him. The black barrow, I think, is kind of an intriguing pig out here. If you want to talk about some structural integrity, I think this pig probably gets out and goes the best of any of them out there. He's very lean in terms of just his condition. You know, this pig doesn't have near as much fat cover on him as a couple of the others out here in this particular drive, but he's maybe one that just presents as a little bit harder doing. I think he gets a little bit tighter right there in his forerib and his flank. Just kind of like to soften him up. He's maybe one that's a little bit heavier sheath. Kind of get that down just to make him give you a little bit better eye appeal, but certainly a wide-made, big-footed type of one there as well.
So in that group, first purple, Talon Tobias. And second purple was Connor Paulson with hog number 1580.
Okay, so that brings in group number 6. This is market barrows between 302 to 309 pounds. Bodie Bumgarner, Jet Kramer, Cade Smith, Keaton Dowse, Avery Harder. And this is our second to last group. The last group is between 312 to 339 pounds. Jake Bumgarner, Talon Tobias, Cooper Keefe, Tylee Hendricks, and Jamison Harder. And then we will bring in the first purple from all 7 groups and determine a champion and a reserve champion barrow before we determine an overall grand champion market swine, which of course includes barrows, market gilts, and breeding gilts as well. Showmanship took place earlier on today. Those results are scrolling at the bottom of your screen if you'd like to check those out. I'll run them down for you here real quick while we are waiting on this group to hear from the judge. Senior Showmanship champion was Keaton Dowse. Reserve champion was Kobe Wells. In that order, respectively, they were also the elite champion and reserve elite champion. In junior showmanship, Miles Babcock was the champion. Kinley Keefe was the reserve champion. In pre-junior showmanship, it was Ty Valdez and Aaliyah Harder as your champion and reserve champion, respectively. In breeding gilts, champion was Keaton Dowse. Reserve champion belonged to Trinity Mickle. And then as we made our way to market gilt, the champion gilt belonged to Miles Babcock, and the reserve champion belonged to Keaton Dowse. And that brings us to where we are right now, working our way through the 7 groups of market barrows. Group number 6 is what is in front of us currently.
Another nice class of market barrows here. You know, I think there's one that kind of commands your attention and wins the class pretty easily, and that's the young man's kind of predominantly white pig that's out here. I think this one just gets out and goes pretty well. He's really up-headed. He's nice in the way he ties his head, neck, and shoulder all together. Just gives you a really attractive look, and then you just start to study him, and this pig is probably one of the leanest ones out here. I think he's still good in terms of his muscle shape. He's maybe just not the widest top pig we've seen today, but I think one that has enough, so a nice place to start the class. From there, we're going to go with the young man's blue-butted barrow over here heading towards the gate. I think this one's just chock full of some power and dimension when you study him. Just in terms of a width standpoint, he's really wide and pulled apart in his chest floor, and he carries that width all the way across the top side of his shoulder blades and down his back and out through his hip. He's really impressive when you step in behind him, so just a nice solid pig there in the second hole. From there, we're going to go with the young lady's kind of belted barrow here walking in front of me. I think this one you have to appreciate in terms of how long-sided he is. He's big-topped. He's got a nice ham in him. He's maybe not the soft-centered pig. We'd like to kind of reconstruct him when you study him in terms of a foot and bone standpoint. I think one that we'd like to give just a little bit more angle and his hock down to the ground, but certainly a nice kind of heavy-producing type of pig there in the third hole as well. And then we're left with the 2 pigs, and there's some differences and some leanness. Ultimately, I'm going to go with the young man's black barrow next. I think this one could be longer-sided and he could be bigger-topped, but when it comes down to it, I think this one maybe moves just a little bit freer. I think he's one that's just a little bit fresher in his condition. So a nice hog there in fourth. And then the young man that's going to round out the class, one that you do have to appreciate the topside shape that this one has. I think he's one that gets pretty soft-centered, you know, and we like some depth of body, but I think he's one that's maybe pushing some upper limits of an appropriate amount of fat cover, but a really nice class of market hogs there. Let's give them a round of applause.
So your first purple in that group was Keaton Dowse, and second purple, Cade Smith. That will bring in to the ring group number 7, Market Barrows. We have Jake Bumgarner with hog number 1565, Talon Tobias with hog number 533, Cooper Keefe with hog number 506, Tylee Hendricks with hog number 544, and Jameson Harder with hog number 1571.
And again, this is the final group of Market Barrows, 312 to 339 pounds. Out there, Jake Bumgarner, Talon Tobias, Cooper Keefe, Tylee Hendricks, and Jameson Harder. Thank you to Pioneer Seed, Monty Hermsmeyer and Sargent, Mike and Justin Bailey and Ansley, and Larry Leapart and Lacey Hopt of Anselmo. Your Pioneer Seed reps in the area. For more than 90 years, Pioneer has developed and tested products to meet local challenges. Their leading products are protected by traits and technologies to maximize the genetic and yield potential of your Pioneer brand seed. Contact Monty, Mike and Justin, or Larry and Lacey to see what Pioneer can do for your fields. Let's tune in and hear about this Group 7.
Well, he still gives you a pretty nice look from the side. If we're going to change him any, we would like to give him a little bit more angle at the point of his shoulder and set him down just a little softer at the ground off those front two, but a nice individual to start the class. It maybe gets a little bit more challenging here next, but ultimately I'm going to go with the young man kind of spotted up, painted up pig there for next. I think this pig just reads with the most amount of true width and dimension. He's so wide and pulled apart in his chest floor as he comes at you, and you read him in terms of his loin, and this pig has a huge loin in him. I think you could make him just a little bit fresher, but an awfully nice individual there in second. And then after that, you know, we're going to come to the young lady's pig that's walking right in front of me, and I think this one's good in terms of just being able to get out and go relatively well. He's got some width. He's maybe one that you'd like to make a little bit more expressively muscled, but I think he's one that's got some length and extension to him, so nice pig there. The young man's kind of belted barrow that's going to be next. I think one that you could redesign as he kind of wants to roll out of both sides of his skeleton there. He's maybe not perfect out of his hip. He's got some shape and dimension, but again, another one we'd just like to freshen up just a little bit. But, you know, a nice pig there as well. And then the young lady's really tall-fronted pig there, the colorful one that's going to come next. You know, I like this pig just in terms of how long-spined he is. He's so tall-fronted, and he's good made in terms of that. We would just kind of like to widen him up. You know, this one does have the leanness advantage of the class, but he just needs to be softened up a little bit. I think one that when you get in behind him gets a little more disappointing is he's maybe just a little bit flatter muscled as you start to compare him to some of the others, but a nice pig there as well.
Okay, so your first purple in that group was Talon Tobias. Second place in that group, Jamison Harder. So now we're going to bring back the purples. First purples. And we have Keaton Dowse with hog number 501. Miles Babcock with hog number 5657. Cooper Keefe with hog number 505. We have Connor Paulson with hog number 1581. Talon Tobias with hog number 531. Keaton Dowse with hog number 502. And we have Talon Tobias with hog number 533. They'll now compete for champion and reserve barrow.
All right, thank you, Mike. So again, you're seeing all of those names that Mike just read off there competing for champion and reserve champion barrow. And then after that, we will determine overall grand champion market swine and overall reserve champion market swine. So that'll be plenty exciting coming your direction here very, very soon. Judge doing a really good job. She's trying to determine which group each of them came out of, and she's putting all of this to memory. She doesn't have the mic on, but I can see she's kind of counting out there and determining which came from which group so she can talk about each of them individually and crown a champion. And I think we're going to be hearing that here very, very shortly. Here we go.
A nice drive out here for your champion market barrow. I think, 7 really good pigs out here. We'll go ahead and like we did with the gilts, we'll kind of talk about each one, then get you a champion reserve. But the pig that came from that first class, the little spotted barrow out here, I think in terms of quality, this is a pig that you have to like a lot. He's really good-footed. He's very youthful about his appearance. He ties everything together extremely well. Gives you just an ultra nice look from the side, and he's still got some muscle and dimension to him. So just a good quality individual there. The young man's pig from the second class walking out here, kind of that lighter belted barrow. I think, one that when you study at the ground, this pig just gets out and moves so freely. He's so good in his angles. He's soft in his pasterns, yet he still sits upright enough to get out and move. He's really good about his hock and the way he utilizes his legs. And then you just start to study him, and he's got some power and dimension to him as well. He ties everything together so nicely and just gives you a really nice look. So maybe just not the widest and stoutest featured one out here, but I think when it comes down to it, one that has enough to him. From there, the barrow from the third class, I believe, the young lady's barrow walking along the rail there. Maybe one that as we get him back out here in comparison to his contemporaries, maybe one that just gets a little bit more plain. I'm not sure he's quite as long and extended up through that front 1/3, but certainly a really good practical one. He's got some width and dimension to him, so a nice pig there as well. The young man's barrow from the fourth class here, probably one that's one of the bigger ribbed, kind of softer made type of barrows out here. Gets around and moves extremely well. If you're going to change this one, as we talked in class, I don't think he's just quite as wide when you step right in behind him, but I think, one that's really soft, and I appreciate that about him. Our pig that we had from the fifth class here, young man's showing him kind of the broken belted barrow. Again, maybe one that's just not quite as attractive or up-headed as a couple of the others out here in this particular drive, but a pig that we like a lot just in terms of having some top shape. He's pretty expressive over his loin. You could maybe free him up a notch off those front two and get him setting down a little bit softer, but a nice one there as well. And then our pig from the class 6, kind of the white barrow there. I think one that's really long-sided. He's really huge-footed. He gets out and moves pretty well. You could maybe make him just a little more angular in those two to set him down just a little bit better, but I think one that's still awfully good. It gives you a really nice look. He's probably one of the leaner pigs out here. similar to maybe the pig out of class 2, probably not the stoutest and just most pulled apart and ripped up pig across the top side of his skeleton, but again, one that does have enough to him. And then the young lady's barrow that came at us from the last class, a really big type of hog. We really like just him in terms of how efficient he's been. He's fed out well. He's still fresh. You know, I think he's maybe one that wants to roll out of both sides of his skeleton, and he's kind of getting a little bit bigger for me today, but another high quality pig there. So, you know, I think there's a couple that hit you pretty hard that I like quite a lot, that maybe have some width and dimension to them, that have some structural integrity, and then have some added eye appeal to them as well. So with that being said, I'll go out and I'll pick you a champion, and then we can pull a respective second place from that class in for reserve and get you a reserve. But let's give all these kids a big round of applause on a nice group of market barrows.
Okay, you heard the talk through there. 7 first purples from each of the groups, varying weights competing, and she's going to determine a champion now. It'll be Miles Babcock, who has had a great day today so far. Started back in the showmanship portion. So that means coming back in will be Cade Smith with hog 527 out of that group 2 where Miles Babcock was coming out of with that market barrow. So Cade will come out and have an opportunity to compete for reserve champion barrow. Kind of talking about the success that Miles has had so far today with the champion junior showman. And then had the champion gilt. And now has the champion barrow. So now we'll determine our reserve champion barrow. And that is going to be Keaton Dowse, also having a very good day.
So your champion barrow was Miles Babcock, reserve champion barrow Keaton Dowse. Now we're going to bring back the gilts and go for the overall grand champion and the overall reserve champion. So we need the 2 gilts back, please. Okay, not sure if this has ever happened before, but we have Miles Babcock and Keaton Dowse are showing in the gilt division as well. So they have the 2 gilts and the 2 barrows both.
And as Mike said, that doesn't happen super often, but that just speaks to how good of a day Miles and Keaton are both having. They've got the champion and reserve champion barrow and gilt, so they will bring them out. And we'll determine an overall market swine and an overall reserve champion market swine. They're going to have to get some help of some fellow 4-H friends to be able to pull this off. And this coming up here will be the end of the 4-H swine show. And then we'll do some moving and shaking and have our next event. Yet today, sheep, and we'll have the 4-H bucket calf show going on as well.
So we get our Grand and Reserve champions back out here for your overall 4 really high quality pigs. We've seen a lot of really good pigs this far, and these guys have sorted their way up towards the top. The young man's champion Market Gilt here, one that's just so good on her feet and her legs, and I really like her from that standpoint. She gets out and moves really well. She's very shapely. She's probably one of the biggest topped pigs out here. She's so good from her hip down to the ground, and then she gives you a really nice look from the side. As we said, you know, if you were really going to nitpick one, you could maybe just make her just a touch more upright on her front pasterns there, but that's getting pretty picky on an awfully nice pig there. Her litter mate that just won the Market Barrow show, you know, if you want to talk about pigs that have some style and presence, and obviously they're similar. They're litter mates. They both give you a nice look. I think they're both extremely functional type of pigs. They're my type of pigs, I guess. You get them out here, they look really good. They get out and move relatively well. You know, I'm not sure the Barrow has quite as much natural width and dimension as this Gilt has, but one that's really good in his own right as well. Young man's reserve champion Gilt, as we talked to her, you know, she is one that's really youthful. She's probably a little bit younger. She's a little smaller, but just such a good quality Gilt. I think, you know, as the young man keeps feeding her, she's just going to keep getting better and better. And I would say that her better days are absolutely ahead of her. So nice Gilt there. And then the reserve champion Market Barrow, I think one that gives us such a nice look. He's soft made. He's really smooth in terms of his appearance. He's maybe not the widest or the most pulled apart one out here, but an individual that's awfully good. So, you know, I think there's one that hit me pretty hard first thing this morning, one that I like just quite a lot. Not that I don't like all 4 of them. There's just one that I think hits me just a little bit harder. So I'll go out and I'll pick a champion and then a reserve. But let's give a big round of applause for, I guess, these 2 kids that have 4 pigs out here.
And it'd be Miles Babcock. And I believe maybe Miles Babcock again. We've got to determine, as he and Keaton both had somebody out there helping show. We'll hear from Mike and hear how that all went down.
Okay, so your overall grand champion Market Swine was Miles Babcock's Gilt. And the overall reserve champion Market Swine was Miles Babcock's Barrow. So nice job, Miles. Good job, everyone. Yes, we need to announce the carcass traits. Do you want to talk about that at all, or I mean, we'll just give the first and second place. We're out there. Bodell Larson got first place, and Avery Harder got second place in the carcass traits. And those banners are sponsored by Thomas Livestock Company, so we appreciate that. And once again, we want to thank our judge, Bailey Heinrichs from Blue Hill, Nebraska. She did a fantastic job, and please give her a warm round of applause for the job she did today. It was very nice.
Okay, with that, that is the end of the 4-H swine show. So they'll do some moving and shaking out here in the show ring. And we will here as well, and we'll bring you what is next. So just stay with us. We'll keep the video stream going. We'll step away for a second and bring whatever is next to you here on St. Hills Express YouTube and Facebook pages. Again, thank you to all of the sponsors you will continue to see scrolling on your screen. Thank you as well to our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer, Grocery Cart, Custer County Ag Society, C&M Auto of Anselmo, the Nebraska State Bank locations across Custer County, Healing Hearts and Families, A1 Auto Repair, Sargent Irrigation, Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Moline Seed and Fence, and Pioneer Seed.
name on a plaque for the Melody Dunbar Award, and they'll also be able to go pick out a breeding heifer from the Gerald and Carol Dunbar Ranch at Almeria, Nebraska. Then they can bring the calf that they pick out from the Dunbars back as a breeding heifer, so they can have it as a breeding heifer project for the Custer County Fair next year.
4-H Bucket Calf Show, as you just heard Troy speaking there, 8 to 12-year-olds. Judge is Steve Niemeyer.
So we are making our round here with our bucket calves.
Those participating in the 4-H Bucket Calf Show include Ruby Bartok, Wade Berghorst, Cordell Kristen, Luke Coleman, Hunter Duckett, Ruby Hagler, Chloe Jacobson, Adeline Johnson, Elizabeth Phelps, Odette Pierce, Aubrey Poland, and Harper Woods. Representing Four Corners, Four Valleys, Sandhill Critters, South Loop 4-H, Ansley Junior Livestock, Great Connections as well. While they're all getting lined up here, I'll remind you tonight is the free pit barbecue out by the grandstands here on the fairgrounds. Then following that will be the Custer County Classic bull riding. Come and see us. We've got some giveaways at KCNI KBBN for you. You're going to have the prize wheel out there, so you can win one of those giveaways, and then we'll also have an opportunity for you to sign up for our 75th anniversary cash prizes. We're giving away $75 every single week through September, and then all of those weekly winners are also entered in for a chance at $750 or that big commercial-sized Weber grill that we've got as well. But you can't win if you don't get entered, so we'd love to see you stop by.
Bucket calves in here, and like I was saying, they were interviewed this morning with our judge, Steve Niemeyer. He is from the Burwell area, and he's judged off and on for us over the years, and had interview judging, and the kids had to send in a diary where they kept track of all the records of everything that they've had. Let me turn this down a little. As the judge gets through the group here, I'll have him make a few comments whenever he is ready. So the kids did do a diary where they kept track and kept a record of what they did for feed and any shots and medication that they did. And with that, I will turn this over to our judge for a few comments. So thanks for being here, Steve.
Thanks, Troy. Thank you guys for everything. The only thing I could always think about is if State Fair would have a bucket, if we could have bucket calves at State Fair, we'd have the biggest crowd at State Fair. But I'm glad you guys are doing this. It's a nice way to start out a little bit. It was a long time ago when I found this project. It was back in Kansas. And back then, though, it was 8 to 12-year-olds. You know, we never had 5 to 7 year olds either. So this group is our 8 to 12 or 8 to 11 year olds. So they're in the next step up there. And it's a little bit more in depth with the record book, the interview. Sometimes they'll do a little showing, but we kind of got away from the showing aspect of it. But the parade is nice so they can be seen and stuff like that. So can you give these guys a nice round of applause for coming out? I'm sure everybody has their pick, you know, in the crowd and stuff like that. So, and since I got the mic, I like to thank the Dunbars. They've done this for a lot of years, of giving out the breeding heifer for the pick of their herd and stuff or whatever. So they've done a lot for the program here and stuff like that. So whoever wins it, make sure you thank them, okay? So I think basically we judged them on the interview a little bit and the record book. So that's basically what the showing aspect was nothing to do with it on this deal, okay? So it's just the ideal of getting out and doing it and the visiting with me and stuff. I like doing that and stuff. So I'll turn it over to Troy and he'll announce it, and we'll probably go from we'll get out the blues and then we'll keep the purples back. Is that okay?
All right, thank you, Steve. So I am going to call your name. You will receive blue ribbons, and as I call your name, go ahead and come back, or you can.
I got one thing. Hey, they learned what their numbers were on the back, just like a horse show. You go by the numbers, and they know their numbers.
They do. Okay.
Well, you can use it.
Perfect. So I am going to call some names, and you will be blue ribbon winners. So if I could get you to go ahead, you can pull forward and walk out the gate to the end. You will get your ribbon and your diary. So when I call your name, please walk forward and exit the ring over where Dave is. So Aubrey Poland. Hunter Duckett. Odette Pierce. Chloe Jacobson. Elizabeth Phelps. Ruby Hagler. Luke Coleman. So those are our blue ribbon winners. Thank you all very much. So what we have left are our purple ribbon winners. And as I call your name for a purple ribbon, I'm going to leave 2 in the ring, and that will be grand champion and reserve. But for the other 3 that I call, you can go ahead and leave the ring, and you will get your purple ribbon and your diary. Harper Woods received a purple, so pull forward and at the end, please. Congratulations, Harper. Adeline Johnson. Congratulations, Adeline, on a purple. Wade Berghorst. Congratulations on your purple. So we have 2 left in the ring. Looks like we have a Charlet and a crossbred, doesn't it? Have a little steer and a little heifer. So our reserve champion goes to Ruby Bartok. So we do have a rosette for you, Ruby. And then our grand champion goes to Cordell Kristen. So congratulations, Cordell. So we'll get your rosettes and ribbons to you, and don't forget to get your pictures taken over here. And again, thanks to the Dunbar family. As I said, our grand champion will get to pick out a breeding heifer from the Dunbar Ranch and be able to show that breeding heifer here at the Custer County Fair next year.
And there you have it. The Custer County Fair 4-H Bucket Calf Show is complete. And as we look back over here to the show ring, I believe we'll have FFA Swine coming your direction next. And they are going to start that in 5 minutes according to the announcement that I just heard. So we'll get some things ready on our end, and when we come back, you're going to see the FFA Swine Show coming your direction here on St. Hills Express on YouTube and Facebook as well. Welcome back, everyone. FFA Swine Show starting right now. They'll start with swine showmanship. One group, 6 participants: Ida Bumgarner, Cooper Keefe, Macy Smith, Sarah Riddle, Tara Horkey, and TJ Horkey. Five out of the 6 contestants from Sargent chapter. Ida Bumgarner coming from the Broken Bow chapter. They've got the gate open, and we're just waiting on everyone to come in. Gives me an opportunity to thank Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer in Broken Bow. They want to thank everyone for their business at all of the surrounding Trotters locations. Whether you are visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Woe and Go locations, they have enjoyed serving you and Central Nebraska since 1962. Thank you to Purple Ribbon sponsor Grocery Cart in Broken Bow. They love helping you with all of your grocery needs at the lowest prices. Fresh groceries, produce, high-quality meat department, a full-service deli, a fresh bakery with cake decorating, and GK Wine and Spirits, as well as a health and beauty section and more. It's all at the Grocery Cart in Broken Bow. Again, you're seeing FFA Swine Showmanship as we have completed the 4-H Swine Show for 2024. Ida Bumgarner, Cooper Keefe, Macy Smith, Sarah Riddle, Tara Horkey, and TJ Horkey all out there. And no bib numbers when it comes to FFA competition. So we'll hope that those get announced over the speaker system here so that we can pass them along to you. I know a few of the kids, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I always get it right. So I always try to wait for that announcement first and then go from there. Again, this is showmanship, all about showing off your pig, doing it in the correct manner, getting the pig to move and cooperate, keeping eye contact with the judge, giving the judge different angles to look at your entry. So all of these FFA contestants doing that right now. And the judge, as is typical in showmanship, has a conversation with the contestants. Again, if you're just joining us, the different camera darknesses is due to that camera's position to the sunlight. So the more sun from the edge of the arena that is on the screen, typically the darker it's going to be because the camera adjusts down so you can see something rather than just a beam of sunlight. The camera that has almost none of the arena light from the side is the best one, but it doesn't always offer the best angle. Right now, however, it offers a pretty good one. So again, that's kind of a rundown on how all the camera situation works, and then we'll utilize as many of those as possible in the days ahead, including today. Of course, beef tomorrow uses a lot of different camera angles in order to cover this entire arena. During swine and sheep, you just have this small ring in front of us to utilize a couple of cameras for. Again, thanks for dropping by. We're live on Sandhills Express on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks for dropping your comments in the comment section on the Facebook page. I can see the comments on YouTube as well, but a lot of people just access YouTube and don't have a YouTube channel themselves so that they can comment. But YouTube does offer the best viewing experience, both video quality wise and the fact that you can pull up the video on your television or other screen at home. After FFA swine showmanship, market gilts will be after that. 4 different classes there. And then we'll have barrows. Here's the judge. I thought, anyway. She faked me out. Again, you see the judge moving around a lot of different positions, giving all the showmen the chance to notice where she is and keep eye contact.
A nice group here as we get into our showmanship division of the FFA show, and I think all these kids are doing a nice job. You know, there's maybe a couple that are a little more attentive to detail and maybe get those pigs drove out in front of you just a little bit more, and maybe a couple that have a little bit more intensity and a little bit more drive, if you will. But like I said, all these kids are doing a nice job. We're starting to warm up, and so it's making it more challenging as pigs maybe don't want to get out and move like they should all the time. But all of these kids are doing a wonderful job. I'll get you a champion in reserve, but let's go ahead and give them a round of applause.
I believe that was Macy Smith who was the champion. And I believe that is Cooper Keefe, who is the reserve champion. We'll hopefully hear that confirmed. But unofficially, that's what I believe I saw.
Our first class of market gilts is Ida Baumgartner with ID number 3. On deck then would be Cooper Keefe with ID 23 and TJ Horkey with number 5. The winners of the Showmanship grand champion is Macy Smith. Reserve champion showman is Cooper Keefe. Sarah Riddle and Tara Horkey were purple. And Ida Baumgartner and TJ Horkey were blue. That was our showman.
Just a single entry class here as we get into the market gilt division. And the young lady brings us a nice pig just in terms of some structural integrity. She's got some length of spine. I like that about her. She's one that's long through that front 1/3 of her body. But today we'd really just like to see her a little wider made, a little more pulled apart, have a little bit more expression of muscle, and be closer to kind of a finishing type of standpoint. But a nice project there. Let's give her a round of applause.
Okay, so that was class number 1 of market gilts, weighing 211 pounds. Class 2, as you heard announced a little bit ago, will be Cooper Keefe and TJ Horkey, both from Sergeant Chapter. Weights 236 and 237 respectively. And we'll continue to get higher and higher in weights. The 4th class of market gilts has the most entries with 4. Thank you to the Custer County Ag Society. They welcome you to the Custer County Fair, and they urge you to go out and take in the fun. They also want to encourage you to look at the calendar of events for the Custer County Fairgrounds throughout the year at custercountyfair.org. You don't want to miss out on any of the activities going on. They've got some great things, including a tractor pull event with some high-octane fun available there at the beginning part of next month. So you don't want to miss that. And if you want to make sure you don't miss events like that going on here at the Custer County Fairgrounds, make sure you check out that website. Again, it is custercountyfair.org. Thank you to the Ag Society for being a Purple Ribbon sponsor of 2024 fair coverage. Again, Cooper Keefe and TJ Horkey out there in the show ring now in FFA Class 2 market gilts.
Class. The young lady's kind of black belted gilt is going to win the class, and honestly does so pretty easily. I think she's one that's just a little bit better structured. She's a little bit better when you study her in terms of her angles and the way she sits down on the ground. And then she's one that's got some length of spine. I really like that about her. I think she gives you a pretty nice look from the side. If I'm going to change this one, I would like to make her just a little bit stouter featured, but a nice logical place to start the class here. The young man's white gilt that's going to come next, one that probably has a little bit more expression over the top side of her loin edge there. I think she's a long-sided type of gilt. Unfortunately for her, I'd really just like to kind of free her up a little bit. I think she's one that's getting pretty labored in the way she's moving around the ring. Just like to give her a little bit more structural soundness there, but a nice gilt in second as well.
Okay, in that class, Cooper Keefe received a purple. TJ Horkey, a blue. Up is the Macy Smith with 22, and TJ Horkey with 6. Then on the last class of gilts will be Tara Horkey with number 1, Tara Horkey with number 2, and Tara Horkey with number 3.
A nice pair of gilts here. You know, I think some give and take between the top two. I'm going to go with the young lady's black hog. I think this one is just a little bit better structured. I think, you know, when you set them into motion, this one maybe moves with a little bit more athleticism and a little bit more ease. She's got some width of top and some shape and dimension. She's maybe just not quite as expressively muscled as this hog that's going to come second, but I think the more functional, more practical pair of them out here. Young man's pig that comes next, really long-sided, and I like that about her. She is more expressive right over the top side of her skeleton there. When you get in behind her, she maybe reads with just a little bit more width than the one that wins this particular class. But, you know, she's maybe one that's a little bit more straight in her angles, maybe just doesn't get out and move quite as freely, maybe just gets a little bit tighter there through the center third of her body, but a nice pair of gilts there.
Okay, so that was the wrap-up of the next class. Again, they showed two there. So they'll bring back the top of those two to compete for champion market gilt. And then should one of those in that class that we just saw win champion, they would bring back the other to compete for reserve champion. So coming up right now is class 4, which has 3 entries from Tara Horkey and 1 from Sarah Riddle. So they'll be coming into the show ring next. Tara obviously going to be having some help in accomplishing.
The market gift here, you know, I think there's a pig that I like quite a lot to start off the class, and that's this young lady's gilt walking over here in front of the stand. I think, you know, you start to talk about some structural integrity. She gets out and moves really well. She's got some softness to the center third of her body, and then you step in behind her and just read her from a width and dimension standpoint, and this gilt does have some nice muscle shape and expression to her, so just a nice place to start the class there. From there, we're going to go with the young lady's solid black pig. I think this one is probably a little bit more lean as you compare to a couple of the pigs that are going to be out here as well. She's got some natural shape and expression of loin over the top side of her skeleton, and she too has some structural integrity. I think between this top pair, she just kind of gets out horse, maybe one that just doesn't come at you quite as wide and pulled apart as the one that's going to win the class. After that, we're going to go with the young white-bodied, black-headed pig for next. I think this one reads with a nice amount of shape. I think she's got a nice ham in her. If you're going to change this one, I would just like to free her up when you set her into motion. She maybe gets a little bit straight off of either side, make her a little bit more athletic when you get her moving, but a nice practical type of pig there. And then the young lady's pig that rounds out the class, you know, maybe one that'd be a little bit more suited for a breeding gilt type of class. I think she's one that's really feminine. She's so soft through the center third of her body, and she gets out and moves extremely well. But for me in a market class, I think she's one that just happens to be the most peaked across the top side of her skeleton. She just happens to be the flattest muscled pig out here, but still a nice individual there. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, so here shortly we will hear who is coming out of each of these classes, coming back out to compete for champion and reserve champion market gilt.
In that class, first purple was Sarah Riddle. A second purple was Tara Horkey's number. And then Tara Horkey, a blue, and Tara Horkey, a blue. So now it's time for our grand champion market gilt. So we need back in Cooper Keefe, number 23. Macy Smith, number 22. And Sarah Riddle.
To bring our class winners back out here from our market gilt show. You know, three really good individuals. The young lady's gilt at won class 2. It gives you such a nice look from the side, and she probably is the best one in terms of just a look and eye appeal standpoint. She ties her neck so high into her shoulder. She's long-sided and feminine. Gives you a nice look from the side. I'm not sure she's just the biggest and the widest made one out here, but certainly a nice one there from the second class. Young lady's black gilt that wins the third class. I think one that's just really practical and good. She's certainly sound. She gets out and moves very nicely. When she gets her head up, she gives you a decent look from the side. She's maybe not just overwhelmingly stout or powerful either, but she has enough to her, and I think, you know, one that's still really fresh and really good and youthful and functional there. Young ladies gilt that wins the heavyweight class. I think, you know, as you can tell as they're out here, this is the biggest volume, the biggest body, the stoutest featured one of this particular class. You know, she is wider made. She's a little bit stouter out of her hips. She's certainly a little bit bigger footed when you just start to study them from a bone circumference standpoint as well. But just a really nice individual there as well. So with that being said, I'll go out and I'll pick you a champion, and then we'll take a second look for reserve. But let's give these kids a round of applause on a nice group of market gilts.
So I believe that was Sarah Riddle was the champion, and now a reserve champion, as they will bring in Tara Horkey's entry from that fourth class. And Macy Smith is the reserve champion. That will bring us to market barrows coming up next here in the show ring on the FFA side of things, and then overall market swine will take place after that.
Champion market gilt was Macy Smith, and the grand champion market gilt was Sarah Riddle. Next, we'll have our market barrows. First class will be Sarah Riddle.
Again, this is Sarah Riddle, the first class of market barrows, single entry in this group.
Just a single entry here in the first class of the Market Barrow Show, but an awfully nice individual that the young lady brings us. I think this is one that reads really wide and really true. As you study him over the top side of his skeleton, he's good enough on his feet and his legs. He could have a little bit more flex off of either end of his skeleton, but I think he's getting around well enough, and he's still got some softness and shape to him. So a nice barrow there from that first class.
So now coming in for the second class. This is the largest class. It's got 6 entries: TJ Horkey, Ida Bumgarner, Macy Smith, Cooper Keefe, Ida Bumgarner again, and Sarah Riddle. So Sarah hustled off the screen there and is bringing in her next entry. Then there's just one class after that with Cooper Keefe with a single entry. Again, approaching the noon hour. Thanks for tuning in to St. Hills Express YouTube and Facebook pages for day 1 of live streams here at the Custer County Fairgrounds for 2024. Sponsors are scrolling at the top right-hand part of your screen. Thank you very much to all of them for making this video possible. Several of them are also involved with bringing interviews with all of the 4-H and FFA participants to KCNI Radio. So while you're enjoying pure country music during your time at the Custer County Fair, you can also go and listen to those interviews. We have over 100 of those that we are playing throughout. Well, they've been going for the last few days, and they'll continue on through fair. Tomorrow we get into beef, and then we'll have the Stocker Feeder Show on Wednesday, and 4-H and FFA dairy, as well as goats. And then on Thursday night, we'll be live with video coverage as we bring you the livestock auction, the animal auction at the end of the Custer County Fair. We also broadcast that auction on KCNI Radio for you. Again, a class of 6 entries here.
The young lady's kind of painted up calico barrow's going to start off this class, and I think he does so pretty easily. I think this one just combines the most amount of good. He's good enough when you study him in terms of his structure. Gives you a really nice look from the side, and he's really stout and square out of his hip and carries that width down to the ground, and he's probably the most expressively muscled pig of the class, so a nice place to start the class. You know, I think it gets a little bit closer here between 2 and 3, but ultimately I'm going to go with the young lady's black pig for second. I think this one's just a notch better in terms of just being a little bit more functional, maybe gets out and flexes and gives a little longer step off those front 2. He's got some width and dimension to him. I don't think he's quite as expressively muscled as the one that wins the class, but still one that has enough to him. Just a nice functional type of pig there in the second hole. Young lady's kind of belted barrow over here is going to be next. One that you have to appreciate just in terms of how soft made he is. He comes at you relatively wide. He's maybe one that's starting to labor a little bit off of either end of his skeleton. We just kind of like to free him up and make him a little bit more athletic, but still one that has some width and dimension to him as well. From there, we're going to go with the young man's kind of white-featured pig over here. I think this one does have some width and dimension, and I like this one as you study him. When you step right in behind him, I think he's a really nice hipped type of pig. He's maybe just one that gets a little bit shorter-sided, maybe one that's getting a little bit softer in terms of just being a little bit flatter in his muscle shape, but a nice pig there as well. And then we come to the pair of the kind of Berkshire cross barrows here. I'm going to use the young man's barrow to come next. I think this one maybe just has a little bit more width right out of the top side of his blade there and carries that further on back. I think he's one that's just a little bit wider as you step right in behind him. 2 pigs that are very similar, both easy feeding, good doing type of hogs, and the same can be said for the young ladies. They're long-sided, functional type of pig, just like to pull them apart and give them a little bit more width to go any higher today.
Last class is Cooper Keith, number 24. The class number 1, 2, first purple was Macy Smith, second purple Sarah Riddle, third purple was Cooper Keith, and purple was TJ Horkey. Ida Baumgartner had blue and blue.
Okay, so on to that last class. Macy Smith was first purple, Sarah Riddle was second purple, and now a single entry here for Cooper Keefe. And then we'll bring first purples out from each of the groups and crown a champion market barrow.
Single entry here into our heavyweight class of the barrows, but a barrow that's really widely constructed. He's plenty powerful. He's got some width and dimension to him, absolutely. You know, if you could change this one, I would like to kind of freshen him up and maybe dial him back a notch and just kind of make him a little bit leaner, but a nice pig there for her in this last class.
So for the Grand Champion Market Barrel, we need Macy Smith, number 21, Cooper Keefe, 24, and Sarah Riddle from the first class.
So we get these bears back out here for your champion in reserve. I think 4 good individuals. The young ladies kind of painted up one that wins that first class. If you want to talk about one that's got some width and has some softness to him, this is absolutely your kind of pig. I think he's definitely one that's got some shape over the top side of his skeleton. He gives you a nice look, and then he just gives you kind of that easy feeding type of look to him as well. If you're going to change him any, you'd maybe like to lengthen him out just a little bit. I think he maybe gets a little bit short-sided, but definitely a powerfully made one there from the first class. Young ladies barrow that wins that second class, I think probably the one that is does have some length of spine. He gives you a nice look from the side. He's got plenty of shape over the top side. He's really good out of his hip, and then you set him into motion, and you like this pig quite a lot. I think he's relatively athletic when you get him on the move, and just an overall really well-balanced one that does a lot of things really well there from that middle class. And then the young ladies, big barrow here from the last class, as we talked in class, one that does have some width and dimension to him. He's absolutely going to hang some pounds of product on the rail. We'd kind of like to freshen him up and kind of lean him down just a notch, but a good individual there as well. And then middle class, that second place pig, the black bear. The black barrow over there along the pins, I think, you know, one that's long-sided, and I like that about him. I think this is a really functional, practical type of pig. You could maybe kind of style him up a little bit. He kind of wants to roll out of his hip and maybe ties his neck a little bit lower into his shoulder as you compare him to maybe 1 or 2 of the other barrows out here. But a nice drive of them. I'll go out and I'll pick you a champion in reserve.
Okay, so the champion was Macy Smith. To go along with her reserve champion, Market Gilt. And while I was writing that down, I missed who the reserve champion was, but we will hear here shortly. They'll come out and compete for overall grand champion and reserve grand champion, Market Swine. I believe it was Sarah Riddle. That was the reserve champion market barrow. Again, later on today, after a lunch break, sheep going to be coming your direction. Make sure you tune in for that. or make your way here to the
Casey
Custer
Smith
County
had the
Fairgrounds.
Grand champion market barrel, and Sarah had the reserve champion market barrel. Now for grand champion, we need Sarah Riddle's market gilt and Macy Smith's market barrel. And the reserve is Sarah Riddle with her market barrel and Macy Smith with the market gilt.
Okay, so Sarah Riddle and Macy Smith both bringing 2 entries in there. Of course, each of them were the champion and reserve champion in barrows and gilts, so now all 4 of them will come in and compete for overall market swine. So that is what you're going to be seeing on your screen now, as both of them will get a little bit of help from some friends to try to win this overall.
Out here for your champion and reserve overall. You know, we've talked about him quite a lot, but the gilt that wins over there, I think one that's just so soft-centered. She's got so much dimension to her. She's wide-made, and she's good enough when you get her on the move, I think, too. You know, as you get her out here, she's maybe just not quite as fresh or quite as leaned up as the barrows, but I think one that you do a lot appreciate just in terms of how wide-featured and how stout-made she is. Young lady's barrow that wins that, I think, you know, one that's really, really good. I think he's really well balanced. Does a lot of things well. He's kind of a pig that's a little bit harder to really find a fault in. He's got enough muscle, he's got enough softness, and he's good on his feet and his legs, so just a nice individual there. The reserve champion gilt, you know, one that's really good and practical. I'm not sure she's just overwhelming in terms of when you get her out here. She's probably the flattest muscled of the 4 that are out here, but still a good gilt in her own right as well. And then the reserve champion barrow, as we talked, you know, maybe one if you could free him up with just a little bit and maybe give him just a shot more length of body, but I think this one is packed full of some power and product. He's so dimensional, he's soft-made, and he still gives you a nice look. So I think there's a couple that pair up pretty nicely. I'll go out and I'll shake the hands of your champion reserve, but let's give them a big round of applause. Nice drive of the champion market hogs.
And so I saw Macy Smith have her handshake take place, which means she had the grand champion market swine. And we'll hear who the reserve champion was, as we had several different helpers out there since Macy and Sarah both had 2 entries competing for overall. So we'll hear that announced here soon, and then we'll go on a break, and everyone here will enjoy lunch. Hopefully you folks have some lunch to enjoy as well, and we'll come back and it'll be sheep heading your direction.
Okay, grand champion was Macy Smith. Reserved grand champion market hog was Sarah Riddle.
Okay, so there you have it. It's Macy Smith and then Sarah Riddle for
FFA
champion.
Sheep show, we begin promptly at 1 o'clock. Okay, 1 o'clock sheep show.
Okay, Macy Smith, grand champion, reserve grand champion market swine for FFA was Sarah Riddle. And as you heard there, 1 o'clock is when they are going to start the FFA sheep show. So the 4-H sheep show and swine show kind of sandwich inside of them the FFA event. So at 1 o'clock is when we will come back here with more action in the show ring. So we hope you join us right here on Sandhills Express YouTube and Facebook pages for the FFA Sheep Show. It'll come your direction after we step away for a lunch break. Again, thank you to all of the sponsors you'll continue to see scrolling on your screen for bringing you this broadcast today. Thank you to those of you that are dropping a note in the chat box as well. Love reading those and would love to give you a shout out here on the stream. Make sure to keep that in mind over the next couple of days. Thank you as well to our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer, Grocery Cart, Custer County Ag Society, C&M Auto in Anselmo, Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families, A1 Auto Repair, Sargent Irrigation, Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Moline Seed and Fence, and Pioneer Seed. We'll step away and come back with the FFA Sheep Show, as they said, promptly at 1 o'clock.
Ready. That'd be the Showmanship.
Time for the FFA Sheep Show. We'll continue to have the FFA information scrolling across the bottom of your screen when it came to the swine show until we get started here with our first awards in the sheep show. Again, out there right now in FFA Sheep Show is Taylor Shaw, Hallie Meyer, Lillian Gregoski, Mahia Jones, Mesa Jones, Allie Smith, and Elizabeth Fetty. Got a loose sheep out there. Being very elusive. Again, this is FFA Sheep Showmanship. Market lambs to come after this, and then pen of 3, and breeding sheep after that. This sheep does not want to cooperate at all. Oh. Wow, it's giving more effort to stay elusive than any sheep I've seen in a long time. Going for the gaps everywhere. Okay, they've got it wrangled. Judge again for Showmanship. Asked a couple of questions of a few of the contestants. And we'll hear from the judge here, FFA Sheep Showmanship.
As we come out here for our showmanship contest in the FFA portion of the sheep show, all these kids are doing a really nice job. They're really pulled in no apparent order. I just kind of wanted to chat with each one, and they're doing a nice job with their lambs. I guess I'm looking for some that, you know, are maybe just a little bit quicker, maybe a little bit more efficient about getting that lamb set, getting the feet squared up where they need to be. You need to have some stretch, but you don't want to be ridiculously stretched out either, making sure that we're trying to get a brace on these things. They look a lot better when you get some brace on them as well, and then obviously some eye contact and getting moved around and keeping your animal between me and yourself as well. So, you know, I think there's a couple out here that maybe are just a little bit more intense, maybe do just a little bit better job at paying attention to some of the more minute details as far as making sure that they do have that animal set correctly, and they're not afraid to change it if they don't like the way it looks or if it's moved a leg or whatever. So all of them are doing a nice job. All the young ladies are. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'll pick a champion reserve.
Okay, so that wraps up the FFA Sheep Showmanship. We'll hear who was the champion and reserve champion here in a short amount of time. Market Lambs up next. We've got 4 classes here. Only one of those classes has more than 2 entries in it. That would be the second class. We have the first class that just has 1 entry, and then classes 3 and 4 have 2 entries each. While we have a moment, want to thank another one of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, C&M Auto in Anselmo. From routine auto maintenance to major repairs of gas and diesel vehicles, C&M Auto has you covered. They have the latest diagnostics to diagnose the problem. They have competitive rates and offer 24-hour service outside their business hours to serve you best.
Champion showman was Mahia Jones. And Mesa Jones was reserve champion. Purple also went to Taylor Shaw. Blue, Hallie Meyer, Lillian Grigorski, and Elizabeth Fetty. Next class is Lillian Grigorski with her in Market Lamb 107, 9767.
All right, as you heard there, Mahia Jones, the champion showman in FFA Sheep. And the reserve champion is Mesa Jones in FFA Sheep Showmanship. Lillian Grigorski out there right now. Single entry for Class 1 Market Lambs.
Here to start off the market show, but the young lady brings us a nice ewe. You know, when you're talking one with some length of spine, this one does it. She's really smooth shouldered. She's got some length and extension through that front 1/3. She has some structural integrity. You know, she's maybe not just the biggest back, the most expressively muscled one, but I think one that's really fresh. She's handling pretty nicely. If you're going to change her, we would just maybe like to give her a little bit more top side shape there over her loin and rack there, but a nice place way to start off the market show.
Okay, so that brings up Class 2, the largest of 4 classes here in FFA Sheep. That would be Mesa Jones. Lillian will be back out there, and Elizabeth Fetty as well. Representing, respectively, Nebraska Ag Academy, Broken Bow, and Stapleton FFA chapters. Again, right now, FFA Sheep happening, 4-H Sheep going to follow here not too long from now. Don't forget, tonight they've got the free pit barbecue for you. And then after the free pit barbecue, happening is the Custer County Classic Bull Riding. Hopefully you've gotten your tickets for that. It's a great show every single year. Great crowd on hand for that each year as well. Should be a lot of fun. Come and see us during the free pit barbecue while you enjoy your delicious food and dessert. And spin the wheel to have a chance at winning some KCNI 75th anniversary prizes. And get yourself signed up for our 75th anniversary cash prizes. We're giving away $75 cash every single week leading up to our actual anniversary date in September. And then each of those weekly winners is also eligible for the big prizes at the end when we draw for those in September. $750 cash and that commercial-sized Weber gas grill. Again, this is Class 2 of 4 in FFA sheep. As you can see, we've got a good amount of sheep starting to filter in. That will get a lot busier over there once we make our way to the 4-H sheep show, which will come up after FFA is completed.
Market Lamb Show. The young lady here to my left will start off this class and does so pretty easily. I think this one's pretty good in terms of a design standpoint. He's big-footed. He's got a nice set to his hock, and you get on top of him, and he reads with plenty of width and expression, a muscle shape. You get your hands on him, and this one does handle the best of any of the lambs out here in the class. He meets your hand with the most amount of freshness and the most amount of firmness as well, and he gives you a nice look from the side. So just kind of an easy, logical place to start off this class with. From there, we're going to go with the young lady's weather. I think this one, probably handles a little bit better than you would anticipate. I think he's one that is just a little bit fresher. He may be off to the side, gives you a look that he's maybe getting a little bit soft. And, he could be just a nickel more firm, but he does have some freshness to him, and he does have just a little bit more shape right there out of the top side of his shoulder as you start to compare these two that come next. The ewe lamb that's going to round out the class, a really long-spined one, and I like that about her. I think she's one that has a lot of length of loin. She's maybe just one that gets a little bit flatter in terms of her muscle shape. We just kind of like to give her just a little bit more power and dimension to go any higher. Nice class of market lambs there.
Receiving a purple is Mesa Jones. Blues go to Lillian Grigorski and Elizabeth Fetty. Next up is Class 3.
Elizabeth Fetty, Lillian Grigorski up next in Class 3 in market lambs. Again, there are 4 classes of market lambs that are going to be shown today as a part of the FFA Sheep Show, which got started right on time at 1 o'clock today. 4-H sheep going to follow. So make sure you stick around for that as well. Nebraska State Bank is proud to be your local bank serving the area since 1918. With 4 different locations in Callaway, Myrna, and Broken Bow, they have your financial service needs covered. Stop by any location today to get set up with free checking for your personal or business needs. Thank you to Nebraska State Bank for sponsoring coverage of the 2024 Custer County Fair. Thank you as well to Healing Hearts and Families, where they work to educate the public by implementing a variety of outreach activities and public education programs to increase awareness of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and bullying. Keep listening for information about how to donate to and attend their upcoming gala, which is happening this fall. And thank you to Healing Hearts and Families for supporting Custer County Fair coverage on Sandhills Express.
Nice pair here in this next class of market lambs, and I'm going to go with the young lady's weather here. I think, he's one that when you do get your hands on him, he has the most amount of width and the most amount of muscle shape right over the top side of his skeleton. He handles with the most amount of firmness as well, and you step in behind this one, and you have to like him a lot. He's really big ribbed. He's got plenty of capacity and volume, and I think he's just the one that reads with the most wideness right out of the top side of his shoulder there as you study him over his rack and into his loin. So just a really nice place to start the class. If you're going to change him, you could maybe balance him up just a little bit, but I think, a really practical, easy feeding one to lead off this class with. The young lady's ewe that's going to come next, another one that we like just in terms of some length of spine. I think she's one that has some shape. She's maybe one that just doesn't handle quite as fresh. She's maybe one that's getting just a nickel stale when you do get your hands on her, but a really nice ewe lamb for her that's certainly going to hang a nice product on the rail.
Class number 3, Lillian Grigorski.
Lillian Grigorski coming up next in Class 3. That was Class 3 that just left there. Lillian coming out on top in that class. Elizabeth Fetty and Mahia Jones coming out next for the final class of market lambs. As Mahia's out there already, Elizabeth is coming out here shortly.
A nice big pair of weathers out here, and I think it's safe to say on both of them that they both could be kind of taken back a little bit. I think they're both starting to push some upper limits of some acceptable fat cover and thickness on a sheep. Obviously, they're animals that get slaughtered at a leaner percent of body weight than maybe some others, but when it comes down to it and you just really start to study these ones, the young lady's weather that starts off the class is just really good in his design. He's very attractive. He's huge topped. You step in behind him, he's stout and square out of his hip and down into the ground. As I said, we just like to kind of lean him up a little bit and freshen him up, but a nice place to start the class. The young lady's weather that's going to be next, one that is really long-sided as well. He's really big about his feet and his legs. I think he's got some natural structural integrity to him, and he too has some width and dimension. I don't think he balances up quite as well as the one that wins our class, but at the end of the day, this one's ready to go. She's done a nice job with the project, and he's certainly going to do what he was intended to do and hang a nice carcass on the rail. So congratulations, nice class of market weathers.
All right, so that brings us to the end of Class 4. Mahia Jones was first purple there, so we'll bring back the purples to determine our grand champion and reserve champion market lambs. So we'll bring all of them out next. Coming up later here in the FFA Sheep Show, we have one single entry for a pen of 3 market lambs, and then breeding sheep will round everything out to finish out. And after that will be the 4-H Sheep Show. So here comes the champion drive of market lambs. Again, out there right now, Lillian Grogoski with Class 1 Market Lamb. Out of Class 2 would be Mesa Jones. Lillian has another entry coming out of Class 3, and then Mahia Jones out of Class 4. Those are the 4 that are out there right now competing for champion and reserve champion.
Here, you know, we've got 4 good sheep. You know, there's maybe a couple that are a little more fancy and then a couple that are a little more kind of practical. The young lady's ewe that won the first class, one that's really good on her feet and her legs. Fundamentally, this lamb has it. She's long-sided. She's got some width and dimension to her. Is she quite as stout-featured or quite as attractive as the one that stands right behind her? No, but she's very good in terms of her leanness. She's practical and she's functional, so a nice lamb there from the first class. Young lady's wether that stands behind her, you know, if you want to talk about one that's got some eye appeal and kind of some balance and style to him, this one has it. He ties very nicely into his shoulder. He's good-necked and he's big-topped. If you're kind of talking about one that reads with maybe the most amount of true muscle shape and dimension, I think this is probably the one. He's the freshest and the firmness when you get your hands on him. Just a really nice lamb there from the second group. The young lady's lamb from the third class, you know, I think, excuse me, is one that has some power and shape to him as well. And as we talk this one in class, he is one that maybe kind of surprises you when you get your hands on him. I'm not sure that you anticipate him handling with quite as much width and dimension as he does, and he's still relatively fresh. You know, if you were going to change this one, you'd maybe just like to level him out of his hip a little bit and maybe just give him a little bit more style and kind of show ring type presence, but still a good practical one there. And then the lamb out of the fourth class, the big one, you know, I think another one from a design standpoint you like quite a lot. He gives you a really nice look from the side. He's really wide chested and pulled apart there, and you get in over the top side of him and he is really big. He's plenty robust through the center third of his body, but as we've talked in that class, you know, if you were going to change him, I really would just like to kind of lean him down a little bit. I think he's one that's kind of pushing some upper limits of what's appropriate in on a lamb right now. But you know, I think there's maybe a couple that pair up pretty nicely. I think there's a couple that balance up really well, but there's one exception especially that I like quite a bit. I'll go out and I'll pick a champion, and then we can take a second look and get a reserve. But let's give them a round of applause. Nice lineup of market lambs.
So Mesa Jones is the champion. With her market lamb out of Class 2. And the reserve is going to be Mahia Jones out of Class 4. So congratulations to those two. And that sets us up for pen of 3 market lambs. Lillian Grogoski is the only one that has a pen of 3 entry, so she will bring in that. And the judge will take a look at it. Here comes that pen of 3 entry. Judge will take a look at this, and then 2 classes of breeding sheep will round out the FFA sheep show. I'm sure there will be a short break, and then the 4-H sheep show will follow shortly after that.
Just one entry out here for the pen of 3, and young lady brings us 3 really consistently good lambs out here. She'll be getting a purple ribbon and be your champion pen of 3, so let's give her a round of applause.
There you go. Congratulations to Lillian. So now it's breeding sheep. Class 1 is used born after January 1st, 2023. Allie Smith, representing the Sargent chapter. Elizabeth Fetty, representing the Stapleton chapter. And Taylor Shaw, representing the Anselmo Myrna chapter. All competing now in breeding sheep. This is class 1 of 2. And again, Lillian Grigotsky was the champion in the pen of 3. Got one that's gotten loose. I believe this. It looks very similar to the one that got loose earlier, but it's obviously a different one, if I'm guessing correctly. Again, this is the first of 2 classes that are going to be happening from here at the FFA Sheep Show. I think they've got them all out here together, actually. Both classes. There's 4 ewes out there. And there were only 3 listed in class 1, so that's how the rundown works. And we'll hear from the judge.
A nice class as we start into the breeding ewe division. And the young lady's ewe here to my right will be the one that wins the class. And I like this ewe quite a lot. I think she's one that balances up really nicely. She still reads with some top shape and dimension. You step in behind her and you like her out of her hind saddle and you set her into motion and she gets out and moves relatively well. I think she's just kind of one of the bigger rib, stouter featured type of females that still does so in a nice feminine look from the side. So a nice place to start the class. The young lady's ewe that's going to be second is one that I think follows our class winner really nicely in terms of type and kind, and I actually like this one a little bit better through that front 1/3 of her body. I think she's maybe one that's just a little bit better at the point of her shoulder there, and she reads with some width and dimension. She's maybe just given up a little bit of overall performance and weight per day of age. I'd just like to see her just a nickel farther along in her maturity, but a nice one there as well. Up next, we have the high volume, high capacity type of ewe here in third. I think this is one that is just so soft-centered. She's got a ton of volume and rib shape through the center third of her body. She's got some width and dimension. As you compare to the 2 that are going to walk out in front of her, I think she's maybe one that just gets a little bit more plain in her design. We'd like to kind of clean her up in her chest floor there, maybe level her out of her hip, but a nice one there as well. And then the dark fibered ewe that's going to come last, you know, a really long-sided one. I like that about her, but I think she's one that just presents as kind of hard doing. We'd really just like to soften her up, maybe get her just a little fleshier, but a nice ewe lamb for her as well.
Okay, Allie Smith received first purple. Taylor Shaw was second purple. Elizabeth Fetty a blue, and Haley Myers a blue. This class is Mesa Jones.
Okay, so Mesa stays out there for her single entry in Class 2 here. So she was just out there a little bit early, but Allie Smith was first purple there in that first group.
A single entry here, but the young lady brings us an awfully nice ewe. I think she's one that's really wide and pulled apart, and she carries that width out of the top side of her shoulder into a big rack and loin, and she's so robust and dimensional. When you study her in terms of her rib cage, she's soft-sided, and she gives you an awfully nice look from the side. So a nice lamb out here, and we'll see her right back out here for your selection of your champion in reserve.
And as you heard there, we'll have the selection
Mesa
of the
Jones
champion and the reserve
with the
champion now.
purple. For our champion breeding exhibit, we need Allie Smith. And
Okay, so in there now, first purple from the first class,
So
Allie
you get
Smith
these ewes back
and
out
Mesa
here.
Jones.
You know, we've got three really good individuals. You know, we haven't been a lot on numbers in this particular show, but very good quality out here. The young lady's ewe lamb from that first class, I think one that gives you a really nice look from the side. She's really long-sided. She's got a big old leg underneath her. Just a really good individual. If you're going to nitpick her, she maybe wants to get up in her loin a little bit. Maybe you just like to level her up in her top every once in a while, but an awfully good individual there from the first class. Young ladies, yearling ewe or aged ewe that comes from the next class, I think, you know, you want to talk one that's just so bold and so capacious through the center third of her body. She's definitely really soft-made. She's got some width and dimension. I guess, you know, if you're going to change this one, she's maybe a little bit harder to read structurally, but maybe one that just gets a little bit tighter. I'm not sure she just takes quite as much of a full athletic step as the one that stands right in front of her, but another good individual there. And then our second place from that first class, another one, as we talked in class, is so good in her design. She's really good and extended up through that front 1/3, and she still has some overall volume and capacity. She's got some width across the top side of her skeleton. As we said, maybe just one that gets a little bit more moderate, maybe one that just doesn't have quite as much performance or a weight per day of age in comparison to the one that wins the class. But, you know, three good individuals. I'll go out and I'll show you the two I like, but let's give them all a round of applause.
Okay, we'll see who our champion and reserve champion are. Champion is going to be Mesa Jones. Reserve champion will be Allie Smith. So congratulations to them. And according to the information I have in front of me, that should be the close of the FFA Sheep Show. And we've got more events coming your direction very soon. Again, that concludes the FFA Sheep Show. Already seeing some of the 4-H sheep coming over in the staging area, for lack of a better term. I'm sure there's a more technical term for it. While we have an opportunity, want to thank another of our Purple Ribbon sponsors, A1 Auto Repair in Arnold, the trusted name in auto repair and maintenance services for families across the area. They offer a wide variety of services that your vehicle needs to thrive. Find them on Facebook or stop in to visit with them at A1 Auto Repair in Arnold. Thank you as well to Sargent Irrigation. With 9 locations in Nebraska and Iowa, they are proud to serve your well drilling and pumping needs. Find them online or on Facebook. They are proud of all the participants who worked so hard towards fair. And thank you to Custer Public Power District for supporting 2024 Custer County Fair coverage. They keep your lights shining bright. Nebraska is still the only state in the U.S. that is served 100% by public power. Custer Public Power, proudly serving the Custer County community and beyond, locally owned and governed by you. Again, a little break in the action. We've got more coming your direction. 4-H sheep going to be headed your direction. I want to make sure I pull up the schedule and make sure that I deliver this information to you correctly. Okay, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. FFA sheep judging was at 1. 4-H sheep judging will start at 2:30. And if I heard over my headphones earlier, I think the indication was that the sheep show and sheep judging for 4-H would not start before 2:30. Everyone has kind of a tight timeline that they're working with and getting their sheep prepared, so they want to make sure to run on time with that schedule. So I believe that is the schedule we're going to be running on. The 4-H sheep judging will start at 2:30, so you're welcome back here at that time for that show. We'll, of course, keep the stream going. We have a maximum of 8 hours we can stream on Facebook before they shut us off, because I guess they think nobody's crazy enough to stream more than 8 hours straight, but we are. It's the Custer County Fair. We go over or just up to 8 hours all 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we've got the livestock auction on Thursday as well, which we will bring to you here on the stream and on KCNI Pure Country. Remember to tune into KCNI for all of the 4-H and FFA interviews that Dave and Cadence have been gathering since Custer County Fair events began. They'll pass those along to you there on the radio. So we'll step away for a moment and we'll come back with the 4-H sheep show. Even if it starts a little bit early, we'll have it for you here. Make sure to share the stream. We would appreciate that. And if you would, give us a follow on the Sandhills Express Facebook page and the Sandhills Express YouTube channel. We'd appreciate your subscription there. We stream a lot of things, and we bring a lot of content to our Facebook page, including local news and local sports as well. We'll be right back.
Every year, I sell bulls and females for seed stock production. I also work as a part-time crop insurance adjuster for Farmers Mutual Hail. I greatly enjoy giving back to the industry that I am passionate about by serving as the co-advisor of the Junior Nebraska Charolais Association, the beef superintendent for Adams County, and the president of the Nebraska Charolais Association Board. I truly enjoy being able to travel across the Midwest judging shows and interacting with the great youth of the livestock industry. We are so grateful that Bailey was able to come and be with us today. And with that, we are going to get started with senior showmanship. Entering the ring, we have Lillian Grigowski, Mahea Jones, Hallie Meyer, and Skylar Smith.
Okay, as you heard there, we've got 4 in senior showmanship that are in the ring there on your screen. I think we might have had 1 scratch because I do only see 3. So three senior sheep showmen. Again, they are age 14 and older by January 1st. We'll then have 1 group of junior sheep showmen and 1 group of pre-junior sheep showmen. Again, the judge moving around, making sure everyone gets their positioning right. It goes as no surprise, showmanship is all about being a showman and all of the different methods that come with that. Again, after showmanship, we'll go into breeding sheep. First ram lambs, and then ewe lambs. And then market sheep with lightweight, medium weight, and then heavyweight. Then we have the club group of 5 market lambs to round things out.
A great way to kick off the 4-H senior showmanship contest here. All 3 of these young ladies are doing a nice job, and like we've kind of said in something earlier on, maybe just a couple that are a little bit more efficient about executing on what they want to try to accomplish, getting those legs set, getting a nice brace on that lamb, and they all do a good job as far as some eye contact and some show ring type of presence. But I'll go out and I'll pick you a champion reserve, but let's give them a round of applause.
So your champion was Mahia Jones. Your reserve champion was Hallie Meyer in senior sheep showmanship for 4-H. So that brings us to junior sheep showmanship. Mesa Jones, Carson Shaw, Taylor Shaw, Isabella Shields, and Allie Smith all competing in this division. Again, we are in junior sheep showmanship. Its competitors are between 11 and 13 years of age by January 1st. Mesa Jones, Carson and Taylor Shaw, Isabella Shields, and Allie Smith all out there competing on your screen at the moment. Judge, as always, talking everybody through a few things.
a nice round here in the intermediate showmanship contest. They're pulled into a parent order. I just wanted to kind of pull each kid to talk with them just a moment. But like we've said all along, maybe a couple that have a little bit more attention to detail, a couple that maybe show with just a little bit more intensity, really paying attention to where those feet are and keeping that animal set at all times, working on getting a good brace on them, and then kind of some added bonus when your animal really works with you. You know, it makes it challenging when you're kind of a team party and only one of you showed up to play today. But, you know, all these kids doing a nice job, and it's just how it goes some days, and they've all done a nice job at getting through whatever was presented to them. But with that being said, I think there's one that just has a ton of intensity and is really good about making sure that animal's set up extremely well. So I'll go out and I'll pick you a champion reserve, but let's give a big round of applause to these young ladies.
So champion is Mesa Jones. And Carson Shaw, I believe. She's not wearing a bib on her back, but I believe that was Carson Shaw. That is the reserve champion in junior showmanship. Congratulations to them. We move on to pre-junior sheep showmanship. These competitors are between 8 and 10 years of age by January 1st of this year. Competitors you'll be seeing come in include Wade Berghorst, Weston Delaney, William Delaney, McCamry Jones, Clancy Martin, Lucy Martin, and Eli Wibben.
Lucy Martin and Eli Wubin.
Eli Wubin. I wanted to make sure I got Eli's name pronounced correctly. There we are. This is pre-junior showmanship.
Sheep showman, we had the grand champion was Mesa Jones. Reserve champion was Carson Shaw. Also with purple ribbons was Taylor Shaw and Allie Smith. Receiving a blue ribbon is Isabella Shields. We want to thank our sponsor for our junior sheep showman banner, and that is John Cox Family.
Again, pre-junior showmanship happening right now. Following this, picking of a champion and reserve champion. We will have our champion and reserve champion overall showman chosen. Want to take a moment to thank Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, proud to be serving the Custer County area. Right now, land is moving at a high rate of speed, so if you are considering selling your land, now is the time. Contact John Farley with Lashley Land to find out what your land might be worth. Call 308-530-7854 or check out LashleyLand.com. Thank you to Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers for being a Purple Ribbon sponsor of 2024 Custer County Fair coverage. Thank you as well to Moline Seed and Fence. They serve farmers and ranchers by providing quality products at an affordable price. They're always looking for new products that will benefit you. Their motto is simple: we operate out of our ranch to save your ranch money. Give them a call at 308-529-0781 at Moline Seed and Fence. Thank you to Pioneer Seed, Monty Hermsmeyer and Sargent, Mike and Justin Bailey and Ansley, and Larry Leapart and Lacey Hopt of Anselmo. They're your Pioneer Seed reps in the area. For more than 90 years, Pioneer has developed and tested products to meet local challenges. Their leading products are protected by traits and technologies to maximize the genetic and yield potential of your Pioneer brand seed. Contact Monty, Mike and Justin, or Larry and Lacey to see what Pioneer can do for your fields. And again, we continue to see the judge talking to our pre-junior showman here. Again, we'll have a champion and a reserve champion chosen out of this pre-junior group. And then we'll bring out the tops in senior, junior, and pre-junior to compete against each other for an overall and reserve overall champion, sheep showman.
Another nice round of showmanship here. And again, they're really pulled in no apparent order. I was just kind of pulling them to talk with them. But all these kids are doing a nice job. And you know, at this age, it's kind of coming down to some of the basics. We've got to get the animals' feet set up. We got to make sure that we're getting the judge a good look and making sure we got all the legs squared up and we're kind of getting that head up a little bit and trying to get a brace on them. And then most importantly, we need some ring space. You know, it's okay when you're coming into the ring to just kind of, you know, if somebody's right in front of you, take a couple seconds and pause and then go in. That way, you know, if somebody in front of you stops, we're not all piled up together. But you guys are doing a nice job. Just kind of one thing for next year as a whole, just making sure we give each other a little bit of space when you're out here in the ring. But like I said, it kind of comes down to some basics of maybe a couple of them that just do a little bit better and more effective job of getting those legs set and put where they need to, and maybe a little more eye contact and really getting that head lifted up where it needs to be. So I'll go out and I'll pick you a champion reserve, but let's give all of them a big round of applause.
Okay, so your champion is going to be McCamry Jones. And your reserve champion is Lucy Martin. And I can tell you that Lucy did not stop smiling the entire time she was there in the show ring. She did a great job flashing that smile for the judge. All the pre-junior Showman did a wonderful job. And now we will determine a champion overall showman and a reserve champion overall showman. Those that receive top honors in senior, junior, and pre-junior will all come back to compete.
We are going to have all of our champion and reserve champion showmen come back into the ring.
Okay, so as you heard there will be 6 in the ring. Mahia Jones was the champion in senior sheep showmanship. Mesa Jones, junior sheep showmanship. And McCamry Jones, pre-junior sheep showmanship. They will be the 3 champions out there. The 3 reserve champions, respectively, Hallie Meyer, Carson Shaw, and Lucy Martin. So here we go.
We're going to pick 3, it sounds like, but all these girls are doing a nice job, you know, and as I've said, it kind of comes down to which one is the most efficient, the most effective at getting their animals shown, and it definitely helps when your partner does cooperate. You know, I think there's maybe one team that's just really in sync and has a lot of intensity, and, you know, you just really never get a bad look at that particular lamb. But like I said, all 6 of them are doing a nice job. Kind of comes down to some extra added things that they're doing, so I'll go out and I'll get you a champion, reserve, and a third, but let's put our hands together for all these girls out here.
So we had Mace Jones out of junior sheep showmanship as the overall champion showman, and Mahia Jones, the senior sheep champion showman, as the reserve champion overall sheep showman. Say that 5 times fast, or even 1 time fast. So congratulations to them, and they were going to name a 3rd place as well. So we'll wait for that announcement just to make sure we get who it was correct, as we get ready to roll into breeding sheep.
Our overall sheep showman within all divisions was Mesa Jones, and our reserve champion overall sheep showman was Mahia Jones. Our next class that we are going to bring in the ring is kicking off our breeding sheep show, and Wade Burkhorst has a ram lamb.
Okay, so as Wade comes in, we have confirmed Mesa was the champion, Mahia was the reserve champion. So congratulations to those 2.
to the Ram Lamb competition, but the young man brings us an awfully nice one. I think if you study this one in terms of his foot and bone, he's plenty big there. He gets out and moves nicely, and he's got some topside shape over the top side of his skeleton. You step in behind him, and he reads relatively stout and square. Just a really nice Ram Lamb for him. Let's give him a round of applause and bringing a nice one out to the fair.
So being a single entry, Wade Berghorst will have the champion Ram Lamb.
Our champion Ram Lamb and champion Ram overall is Wade Berghorst. And that banner is donated in memory of Harlan Berghorst.
So that'll bring out ewe lambs. So we've got a whole slew of ewe lambs coming out. Wade Berghorst, William Delaney, Mahia Jones, Skylar McConnell, Tell McConnell, Hallie Meyer, Carson Shaw, Taylor Shaw, Isabella Shields, Allie Smith, and Eli Wubin. So they're coming across your screen now. Could easily be our largest group of animals we've seen in the ring today. In fact, I am almost positive in saying that it is. I don't think we had this many swine in at one time. Thank you to Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer. They want to thank everyone for their business at all of the surrounding Trotters locations, whether you're visiting Trotter Service, Trotter Fertilizer, or one of the many Trotters Woe and Go locations. They've enjoyed serving you in central Nebraska since 1962. Thank you as well to the Grocery Cart for bringing you today's coverage and coverage throughout the Custer County Fair. They love to help you with all your grocery needs at the lowest prices. Fresh groceries, produce, high-quality meat, a full-service deli, fresh bakery, and cake decorating and GK Wine and Spirits await you there, as well as a health and beauty section and more. And thank you as well to, well, the hosts of the Custer County Fair, the Custer County Ag Society. They welcome you to the fair and they urge you to come out and take in the fun. They also want to encourage you to look at their calendar of events for the Custer County Fairgrounds throughout the year at custercountyfair.org. You don't want to miss out on any of the activities going on. They've got some great things planned including an awesome tractor pull, a high-octane tractor pull that's going to be happening early next month. So make sure you don't miss that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, thanks for stopping by the stream, everybody. This is our first of 4 streams this week. Tomorrow we'll get into beef. Wednesday we'll have the Stalker Feeder Show. We will also have goats and dairy to round things out as far as shows go. And then on Thursday evening, we will have the livestock auction. So make sure you tune in for that. We will be broadcasting that, as we have for years, on KCNI radio as well, which, by the way, right now, if you tune into, you are going to hear pure country music in addition to 4-H and FFA interviews that Dave and Cadence have gathered up. We've got well over 100 of those that we are passing along to you during the fair this year. Started interviewing the kids during the fashion show a couple weeks ago.
Runs all the way down through the bottom in this particular class. Ultimately, I'm going to go with the young lady right here out in front to win the class. I think this one's just so good in terms of when you study her from a design standpoint. She's big-legged, she's really wide-chested, and she gives you such a nice look from the side. She's feminine, she's smooth about her shoulders, she's still big and robust in terms of her top shape. She's soft-sided, and yet she's still very smooth and fresh in her appearance. If you're going to change this one, she's maybe not quite utilizing her pastern quite as well as the one right behind her, but still an awfully good one to start off the class. The young lady that's going to be right behind her, I think one that really follows the class winner in terms of type and kind. She's pulled apart, she's got plenty of width over the top side of her skeleton there, and she ties it all together extremely nicely. She gives you a really good look from the side. I guess where she maybe comes in second for me is she's maybe not one that's just quite as smooth as that one that starts the class, but a really good individual there in second. Young lady Southdown that's going to be third, I think one that's awfully good in her own right. She's good-footed, she gets out and moves nicely, she ties her head, neck, and shoulder together into a feminine package, and she's still got some width and dimension to her. I think she's really smooth in her design. She just maybe kind of gets outpowered and out-horsed by those two that stand up ahead of her, but one that's certainly good in her own right as well. Kind of the same story for the young man Southdown in fourth. I think, you know, what kind of determines this pair here for me is I think the ewe that in third place is just a little bit smoother. The young man's ewe here maybe gets up in his loin just a little bit when you set her into motion, but this one is really good just in terms of how big ribbed she is. She's soft-made and really bold through the center third of her body, so you really have to appreciate her for that. The young lady's ewe that comes next, I think, you know, one that's really long-sided, and I like that about her. I think she's one that reads with some natural width and dimension. She's maybe not quite as far along in terms of her maturity. She's maybe not quite as fresh in her appearance as the ones that stand right above her, but certainly one that's got some good to her as well. Then the ewe that's going to come next, I think if you want to talk about some foot size, this one has a nice foot size underneath her. She's got plenty of bone. She has one that reads big out of her legs. She maybe just doesn't balance up quite as well. She kind of gets up in her loin as you start to compare them to those ones stand up ahead of her. And the same story for kind of the speckle-faced one next. I like this ewe a lot just in terms of how big and robust she is through the center third of her body. We just need to make her a little bit stouter. The same can be said for the young man's ewe that comes next. I like the length and the body of this one. I think she's one that's plenty functional. I just kind of like to blow her up and just give her a little bit more width and dimension to go any higher. Young lady Southdown that comes next, I think, you know, one that you really like about her shoulder, her head, and her neck is she's so youthful there. She's so good in terms of just being very green and very fresh. I think one that's just going to keep getting better with age. Today, she's maybe one that just gets a little bit shorter side and just doesn't have quite as much overall boldness to her. And then the young man's ewe that comes next, the one that I think gives you a nice look from the side. I like the way she balances up, but I think she's one that just presents as a little bit more hard doing. She's a little shorter sided, a little bit bit tighter there in her forerib and her flank, but a nice project for him. And then the young man's ewe that rounds out the class. Still a good quality ewe. You know, she's going to go down and she's going to have some nice offspring for him on down the road. She's got some shape and dimension to her. She's maybe one that just doesn't blend everything together quite as well. Maybe one that just gives up a little bit of overall dimension when you step in behind her and read her out of her hind saddle. But a really high quality group of breeding ewes there. Let's give them a round of applause.
So Mahia Jones with the champion breeding ewe. Allie Smith with the reserve. It says champion as well, but I think maybe reserve just isn't typed on the sheet here. So we'll just await that announcement to be completely positive on that. While coming into the ring on your screen is Class 1 lightweight market lambs, 95 to 113 pounds.
In our breeding ewe lamb division, our grand champion was Mahia Jones. Our reserve champion was Allie Smith. Also
All right, there you go. So Mahia Jones, the champion. Reserve champion, as I said, was Allie Smith. So that brings out McCamry Jones, Lillian Grigotsky, Clancy Martin, Lillian Grigotsky, Lucy Martin with 2 entries, and Carson Shaw for the lightweight division market lamb. There's just one class, or there's just one group, excuse me, for the Class 1 lightweight market lambs between 95 and 113 pounds. And you are taking a look at them right there. Again, these are lightweight market lambs, Class 1, 95 to 113 pounds. 4-H clubs represented, Ansley Jr., Burr Oak, and Great Connections with this group as they are pulled aside.
Division. The young lady's animal over here, kind of the darker fibered lamb, is going to start the class, and I think does so pretty easily just from a style and balance standpoint. I think this one kind of gives you the best look when you get it on the profile. I think just balances up the best. You can get your hands on him. This one probably has just a little bit more true width and dimension right out of the top side of his shoulder blade there. So a nice place to start the class off. It maybe gets a little bit closer between 2 and 3 in my opinion, but I'm going to go with the kind of south down influence lamb that's going to be next. I think this wether has some top shape. He comes right out of the top side of his shoulder with some width. You know, he's maybe just not quite as wide and powerfully constructed as the one that's going to start the class, but one that I think has enough to him, and he still does it in a pretty nice package. I think he blends really smoothly into his shoulder there, so a nice lamb there in second. The young lady's lamb that comes third, I think one that maybe you don't just love from a style and balance standpoint, but one that when you get on top of, you really appreciate this one. He handles fresh, he handles firm. He does have a big old rack in him really when you start to study him. Maybe just one, like I said, just doesn't kind of profile or balance up quite as well as those two that are going to walk out, but still a good individual there. The young lady's lamb that comes next. This is a really long-sided type of wether. He's probably one of the longer loined ones of the class. I think he gets out and moves well. He's good in terms of his structure. I guess he's maybe one that just gets a little bit more plain, maybe just doesn't have quite as much shape right out of the top side of his shoulder as you start to compare him to those ones that stand up ahead of him, but still one that's going to hang some product on the rail here in the future. The young lady's wether that comes next, you know, one that's long-sided, and I appreciate that about him. I think he's just one that's kind of getting a little flatter in terms of some muscle shape as you start to compare him to the ones up above. Same can be said about the young man's lamb that's going to come next. This is a nice wether. He's soft-made, he's bold-ribbed, just one that gets a little bit flatter in his muscle shape and design, especially as you step in behind him and read him out of his hind saddle. And then the young lady's lamb that's going to round out the class, a really long-sided ewe, and I like that about her. I think this one, you know, does have some natural muscle shape and expression, just needs some more time on feed. She's one of the bigger framed ones of the class, and therefore it's kind of making her further from an end point today. But, you know, a nice class of market lambs there. Let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, with that, we will see Class 2 medium weight market lambs, 124 to 129 pounds, coming into the show ring now. William Delaney, Lillian Gergosky, Mesa Jones, Clancy Martin, Lucy Martin, Tell McConnell, and Mahia Jones. Again, this is the first of 2 groups of medium weight market lambs to compete against each other. We'll await hearing the first and second place from that previous group. McCamry Jones came in first. The second place placement was not wearing a back bib, so I'll just wait for the announcement to come from the announcer stand, and we'll pass it along to you that way.
Results from our Class 1 lightweight market lambs. Our first purple went to McCamry Jones. Second purple went to Lucy Martin with lamb 984. No, it went to Carson Shaw, my bad. I can't read my own writing. Also receiving a purple was Lucy Martin. Receiving blues was Lillian Gregowski, Clancy Martin, Lillian Gregowski again, and Lucy Martin. In the ring now is our medium weight market lambs.
And we had already read those names for you, so we'll continue to show them to you as they make their way around the show ring. Congratulations to McCamry and Carson, first and second place in those lightweight market lambs. Again, this is our first of 2 medium weight market lamb groups. This particular group is 124 to 129 pounds. The second group will be 120 to 122 pounds. Represented in this group in front of you, the Middle Loop, Burr Oak, Ansley Junior 4-H clubs. And we should be hearing from our judge here shortly. She's got one pulled to the side up there, you see. Maybe he's trying to make a determination on the second from this group if she does pull one. There are 2 groups here for medium weight market lambs.
A nice class of market lambs here as we get into our next weight division. The young lady's kind of white-faced lamb is going to start the class and does so pretty easily in my mind. I think this one just combines the most amount of good. He gets out and moves really well, sits down on a nice circumference of bone. He just gives you a really nice look from the side. This one's got some added length and extension through that front 130, smooth about his shoulder, and he is the best handling lamb here when you do get your hands on him, so a nice place to start the class. I think, it takes some sorting and maybe gets a little bit more challenging and kind of where you want to lay some preferences through the next portion of the class. We're starting to get into some bigger frame sheep, and I'll be honest that most of these lambs could use a little bit longer on feed. We're pretty green at this point, and so I think it's just kind of coming down to some natural shape. The young man's lamb that's going to come next, a wether that I think, as you study them right out of the top side of the blade of his shoulder, I think he is the biggest and widest racked one of the class. As you kind of envision feeding him out, I think this one reads just a little bit with a little bit more true width and dimension, so a nice place in second. Kind of the same story here for this young man's. Maybe one that kind of rounds out of his hip just a little bit. You just like to kind of balance him up a little bit better. When it comes down to it, I think he is one of the wider chested, kind of stouter featured type of lambs of the class. The young lady's lamb that's going to come next, I love this one just in terms of how long spined he is. He gets out and moves. He's pretty nice about the point of his shoulder and the way he blends some things together. I think he's one that kind of pinches right in front of his hip there. I'd just like to widen him up and give him just a little more width when you step in behind him and read him from that standpoint. The young man's kind of darker, one that's going to come next. Another one that's got some structural integrity. She's got some length of spine. Maybe just one that, again, we'd just kind of like to make a little bit wider, give him just a little bit more natural shape and muscle expression to go any higher. But he's done a nice job with her this far. And then the one that's going to come next, this young lady's wether, I think, you're one that maybe you think maybe looks a little bit stouter, but I think as you just really start to study this one's probably carrying the most amount of fat of any lamb out here. I think he's one that's pretty soft-centered. I like that easy feeding type of look, but I think when it comes down to it, this one does read really, really narrow just in terms of true muscle shape and dimension. When you get your hands on him, it's maybe more of a fat feel than some natural muscle shape. So that's why he's kind of towards the bottom. And then the young lady's lamb that's going to round out the class just kind of needs to balance up a little bit better and just tie everything together. I think this is one that breaks behind her shoulder just a little bit, maybe roaches up in her loin. We just kind of like to set that top line in a little bit nicer, just kind of smooth her up, but a nice lamb there for her as well.
And I apologize there, folks. That was actually the second group they have listed in the program. So they skipped down to that one, and then now we're going up to the first group. So your first purple in that group went to Skylar McConnell. Your second purple in that group went to Eli Wubin. So now that brings out the group that was listed first in the program, but is coming out with the heavier weighted market lambs. That would be William Delaney, Lillian Grogoski, Mesa Jones, Clancy Martin, Lucy Martin, Tel McConnell, and Mahia Jones. So they are the ones that are going to be heading into the show ring here shortly, as you see all the workings off of the show ring side from one of our far cameras. Again, this camera right here, not doing anything currently, but hanging out. But we'll use that camera plenty when it comes to the beef show tomorrow. That is kind of their main staging area as they move everything around to get set up for that. So here we go, our next group of medium weight market lambs, 124 to 129 pounds. The second of two groups will then determine the first and second place medium weight market lamb.
A really deep set of the market lambs here. I'm going to go ahead and use kind of the darker fibered one between these two to win this class. I really like this weather, and I think where this one wins for me is just when you kind of get up on top of him and step in behind him. This one's so stout and powerful. He just comes out of the top side of his shoulder with so much dimension over his rack and his loin, and you get your hands on him, and he handles really fresh and firm. He's maybe not as long-sided as that one that stands right in behind him, but I think he's one that's just a little bit wider made and a little more powerfully constructed. It gives you an awfully nice look from the side, so a nice place to start the class off. Young ladies' weather that's going to come next, I think does have the advantage just in terms of length of spine. He's maybe a little bit longer up through that front 1/3, gets out and goes really well, but I think, you know, as you step in behind him and start to study him just in terms of a width and dimension standpoint, this one maybe just reads a little bit flatter than the one that's going to win this particular class, but still an ultra nice weather there in second as well. The young man's really dark weather that comes next. I think if you want to talk about some handle, this one handles extremely fresh and extremely firm. He's done an excellent job of feeding him. He maybe just doesn't tie everything together in quite as much of a well-balanced or smooth package as you start to compare him to those two that stand up ahead of him, but he's done an excellent job with him getting him out to here. And then the one that's going to come next, the young man's weather here, I think one that you have to appreciate in terms of he's long-spined, and he does have some width and dimension to him. He's maybe just not handling quite as fresh as the one that stands right up ahead of him, but still an awfully good individual in his own right as well. The young lady's weather that comes next, probably one of the bigger ribbed, kind of softer featured one of the class. I think this one, you know, gives you an easy feeding, practical type of look here, and she's done a nice job getting him to the fair. We'd just like to see him just a little bit more opened up, maybe have just a little bit more natural muscle and be handled with just a little bit more firmness, but a nice job to her. Kind of the same story with the young man that's going to round out the class, one that we'd just like to add a little bit of power and dimension to, make him handle just a nickel better. But, you know, a really high quality class of market lambs there.
In that class of medium market weight lambs, our first purple went to Mahia Jones, second purple going to Mesa Jones. Receiving blues was Tel McConnell and William Delaney. Receiving reds today was Clancy Martin and Lucy Martin. In the ring now is our top medium weight market lambs.
And those would be from Mahia Jones, Mesa Jones, and Skylar McConnell. So they are all out there right now. We are determining first and second place medium weight market lamb.
Out here in contention for the division champion in reserve. Young lady's kind of white-faced lamb from that first class. I like this one a lot. I think he balances up extremely well. He's really smooth in the way he ties everything together. He's kind of soft-made, gives you kind of that easy-feeding, practical type of look, as well as having some added feature. You know, this one reads pretty wide. It's relatively pulled apart in the terms of his chest floor. He's maybe not quite as firm when you get your hands on him as the two that stand right in behind him, but a lamb that brings a lot of good out here to this drive. Young lady's kind of darker one in the middle there, as we just talked. I think one that's really, really neat in terms of his design. He handles really well, and he's just the most powerfully constructed one out here, so nice lamb for her. And then the reserve, the one that I think, you know, his probably best days are probably farther along. This is a bigger frame type of lamb that's really, really long-sided, and today, you know, he maybe even doesn't handle with quite as much width as the two that stand right up ahead of him, but he is the freshest, and I think one, as you kind of continue to feed on, is just going to keep getting better and better. So in terms of quality, another one we like quite a lot. So three really nice lambs. I'll go out and I'll show you the two that I like the best.
Okay, so Mahia Jones will be first, and Mesa Jones will be second. So that was your first and second place medium weight market lamb. We'll now move on to heavyweight market lambs. They'll be heading in next. Want to take an opportunity to thank C&M Auto of Anselmo for bringing you coverage of the 2024 Custer County Fair. From routine auto maintenance to major repairs of gas and diesel vehicles, C&M Auto has you covered, and they have the latest diagnostics to diagnose the problem. They have competitive rates and offer 24-hour service outside their business hours to serve you best. Thank you to C&M Auto for bringing you coverage of the Custer County Fair. Thank you as well to Nebraska State Bank, proud to be your local bank serving the area since 1918. With 4 convenient locations in Callaway, Myrna, and Broken Bow, they have your financial service needs covered. Stop by any location today to get set up with free checking for your personal or business needs. Thank you to Purple Ribbon sponsor, Nebraska State Bank. Again, this is our first group of heavyweight market lambs, 130 to 140 pounds. Hallie Meyer, Wade Burkhorst, Isabella Shields, Skylar McConnell, and Mesa Jones all out there competing. Kathy Ostrand in the comment section. A sweep for the Jones girls. Congratulations from Kathy. And yeah, Kathy's right. Go back to Showmanship. If you're just joining us, you might see this scrolling on the bottom of your screen, but your champion senior showman was Mahia Jones. Your champion junior showman was Mesa Jones. And your champion in pre-junior showmanship was McCamry Jones. And then Mesa Jones was your overall, and Mahia Jones was your reserve overall champion in showmanship. So congratulations to the Jones girls. All doing very, very well. Again, this is our first group of 3 heavyweight market lambs. We'll then bring back the best in each of those 3 groups to determine a first and second place heavyweight market lamb. And then we'll bring back out the lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight best to compete for overall and overall reserve market lamb.
Another nice class here in our market lamb division as we move up into some bigger weights here. I'm going to go with the young ladies lamb here along the rail to start the class. And I think this wether just is the biggest and stoutest featured one. He's so wide and pulled apart in his chest floor there, and he carries that width over the top side of his skeleton and being one of the biggest racked lambs out here. And then he gives you a really nice look from the side. So really just a solid place to start the class. I think it gets a little bit closer here between 2 and 3, and there's some differences. And ultimately, the young ladies I'm going to go with, I think just handles a little bit fresher. I think she maybe meets your hand with just a little bit more true expression right out of the top side of her shoulder and over her loin. I wish she was just a little bit smoother made. I think she's one that gets a little bit more plain in terms of her design, but just from a handling and kind of functionality standpoint, I like this one here in second. The young ladies wether that's going to be third probably has the advantage in being more of a show ring type oriented wether here. I think he's one that gives you a nice look. However, when you get your hands on him, he's maybe one that's just given up a little bit of shape to that U that leads him out of the ring here. A nice pair here that comes next, the young lady's kind of darker one that's going to come next is really a soft-made type of lamb. I think she's one that's bold-ribbed. She's definitely soft-centered. She's got some length of spine and functionality to her. You know, she's just one that's reading just a little bit more flat in terms of her muscle, maybe doesn't handle with quite as much width and dimension as those 3 that stand up ahead of her, but certainly a nice project for her as well. And then the young man's wether that rounds out the class. I like this one from a length of spine type of standpoint. He's sure enough one that gets out and moves relatively well. We just really like to kind of widen him up, give him a little bit more natural muscle shape and handle just a little bit firmer to go any higher, but he's done a nice job with him. So let's give them a round of applause. Nice class of market lambs.
The results from that heavyweight class of market lambs. First purple goes to Mesa Jones with lamb 2413. Second purple goes to Hallie Meyer with lamb 1018. Also receiving a purple was Skylar McConnell. Receiving blues today was Isabella Shields and Wade Burkhorse. In the ring now is our heavyweight market lambs weighing 141 to 151 pounds.
And competing there, Eli Woodman, Allie Smith, Skylar McConnell, Weston Delaney, Carson Shaw, and Tell McConnell. Again, this is our second of 3 groups of heavyweight market lambs. Thank you to Healing Hearts and Families for bringing you coverage from the Custer County Fair. They work to educate the public by implementing a variety of outreach activities and public education programs to increase awareness of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, and bullying. Keep listening for information about how to donate to and attend their upcoming gala this fall. Thank you as well to A1 Auto Repair in Arnold, the trusted name in auto repair and maintenance services for families across our area. They offer a wide variety of services that your vehicle needs to thrive. Find them on Facebook or stop in to visit with them at A1 Auto Repair in Arnold. And thank you as well to Sargent Irrigation. With 9 locations in Nebraska and Iowa, they're proud to serve your well drilling and pumping needs. Find them online or on Facebook. They're proud of all the participants who work so hard to get here to the fair. Again, we're mentioning the Purple Ribbon sponsors, but you'll notice that there are several sponsors scrolling across the top right-hand part of your screen. Please take notice of those sponsors. They are making this video portion of our fair coverage possible. Some of them are also helping out with the radio coverage. We have over 100 4-H and FFA interviews that have been playing since, I believe, last Friday, and will play all the way through the fair. Dave and Caden started recording those at the 4-H Fashion Show. Some were recorded during the dog show. Others were recorded during various check-in days over the last few days. And then, of course, some of those were done live each of these mornings, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Several live interviews are done each year. This is just the first of 3 days of streaming we'll bring to you here from the fairgrounds at the covered arena. And then on Thursday, we'll stream in the evening only. That is when the livestock auction takes place. So make sure you tune back in for that. Or you can listen to that on KCNI Radio as well, as we have done for several years. It will be available to you there.
So we keep moving up into our heavier weight divisions. Ultimately, the young ladies, whether here along the rail that wins, I think does so just from kind of a combination standpoint. I think this one is the freshest when you get your hands on him. He comes at you with the most amount of width, and I think, like I said, one that just handles a little better. He's a little more lean in his fat cover today, and he's so long-sided, and he gives you a nice look from the side. She does a nice job of getting this one set and getting you a nice look from the side. The young lady's blue lamb that's going to come next, one that I like a lot when she gets him parked. I think this one gives you such a nice look. He's so smooth in his design. He ties everything together very well. I guess today he's maybe one that's just starting to get a little excess fat. We just like to kind of tone him down a little bit, maybe lean him up a little bit, but one that does have some shape and dimension to him, and we like that about him. The young lady's wether that's going to come next, I think one that does handle pretty nicely. I just wish that this one was longer sided. I think he's one that just gets a little bit shorter made, gets a little bit straighter at the angle of his hock, and maybe just doesn't reach and flex off of both ends quite as well as the two that stand right up ahead of him, but still a really good practical one there as well. The young man's kind of white lamb that comes next, another one, when you get him on the standstill, I like this one quite a lot. I think he gives you a really, really nice look. He's really good in the way he ties his head, neck, and shoulder together very smoothly. He's got some structural integrity. Unfortunately, I think today, he's just one that has maybe pushed past the point where he was really, really fresh and firm. He's just starting to get a little bit soft, but still a really good quality one there in fourth. The dark one that's going to come next, one that's really long-sided, and I think one that appears when you stand over the top side of them and look, I think you're going to think, oh, this one's going to handle really well, but maybe just doesn't have quite as much width. I'd like to just kind of widen her up right over there over the top side of her rack and his loin there, but a nice lamb as well. The lamb that's going to round out the class, one that's long-sided, and I like that. I think he's good in the angle of his legs as he sets him down onto the ground. This one, again, another one that maybe just needs to be kind of refined, maybe brought back just a little bit in terms of some fat cover. He just doesn't handle quite as well as we'd like him to today, but a good project for him, and he's done a nice job as far as getting this lamb shown and getting him to the fair.
Okay, so there you go. That closes out the second of 3 heavyweight groups of market lambs, 141 to 151 pounds. Next will be 152 to 172 pounds. As we await to hear all of the ribbon results from that last group of heavyweights. Think they're coming now.
Results from that heavyweight market class. Your first purple went to Skylar McConnell with lamb 803. Second purple went to Carson Shaw with lamb 2448. Also receiving purples were Allie Smith and Tel McConnell. Receiving blues today was Eli Wubin and Weston Delaney. In the ring now is our last class of heavyweight market lambs weighing 152 to 172 pounds.
And competing in this class in front of you, Taylor Shaw, Carson Shaw, Allie Smith, and Taylor Shaw with 2 more entries. So Taylor Shaw with 3 entries, Carson Shaw, and Allie Smith. Again, this is our third of 3 groups of heavyweight market lambs. Then we'll bring back the correct purple ribbon winners, determine a first and second in heavyweights. And then we'll bring back medium and lightweights to determine overall and reserve market lambs.
The young ladies, whether that's going to start the class does so just from a handling standpoint. You know, we're starting to push some upper limits of some weight ranges here, and this one's still handling okay. I think, you know, you could freshen him up just a little bit, but I think when it comes down to it, one that still has some shape and dimension over the top side of his skeleton, and he does give you a really nice look from the side. He's really big-footed. He's got plenty of circumference of bone, just a soft-made type of weather to start the class. The young lady's kind of darker weather that comes next. Another one that's long-sided, and he's really smooth in the way he's designed. He gives you a nice look from the side. I guess he maybe just gives up a little bit of natural width as you step right in behind him and you kind of compare him to the one that wins the class. I think he's one that handles just a nickel softer, but another nice one there in the second hole. The next 3 that come all need to be kind of refined a little bit in terms of some fat cover. I think we're starting to put a little bit extra on, but they've done a nice job as far as getting them to the fair. The young lady that's going to be third, I think, you know, one that does give you a nice look from the side. And I like the design of this lamb. I think this one's really big and rugged in terms of some foot size and shape. Like we said, just needs to be refined a little bit, doesn't handle quite as well. Young ladies in fourth, another one that if you want to talk about some legs underneath him, this is probably the biggest legged one of the class. I appreciate that about him. I think he's one that has some natural width and dimension. Unfortunately, he's just a little bit past his prime. We just kind of like to trim him down, maybe slim him up a little bit, but a nice one there as well. And the same can be said for the next one. I think one that's just starting to handle pretty darn soft. You know, we'd just like to firm them up and freshen them up to go any higher. But, you know, they've done a nice job getting here to the fair. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now coming back into the ring, we have our top heavyweight market lambs to pick our first and second place overall market lambs. Excuse me, overall heavyweight. Results from that last place of heavyweight market lambs. Your first purple went to Allie Smith with lamb 1261. Your second purple went to Taylor Shaw with lamb 1020. Receiving blues in that class was Carson Shaw and Taylor Shaw with 2 other lambs.
Okay, so now we are sorting out, I believe here, they're figuring out here at the bottom of your screen exactly, I believe, which lambs are supposed to be out there to determine first and second place heavyweight market lambs. So I think in front they've got all of the champions, or all of the first purples and then the second purples in the back, but they're going to get them shifted around here a little bit, I believe, and get everything right so they can be properly judged. Then after this, we'll see lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight all in one ring to determine an overall reserve. And we are a little bit less than 8 minutes away from Facebook's max amount of time that we can video stream. So hope to get as much accomplished here as possible. Club group of 5 market lambs is the only thing left on the schedule after we determine an overall grand champion market and reserve champion market lamb. So I hope we can get all that fit in here in the next 7 minutes. If the Facebook live stream does end, I invite you to swing over to the YouTube live stream so that you can catch the end of that stream there. YouTube does not have as much of a limit on it as Facebook does. Let's hear from the judge.
As we bring our class winners back out here from our heavyweight division, you know, we've got some good individuals out here, and we've had some deep classes, and we've sorted, you know, these have kind of risen up to the top. The young ladies that won that first class here, I think one that just gives you such a nice look from the side and balances up extremely well. He reads with a lot of top shape and dimension, and I really like that about him. You know, he's maybe not the freshest or firmest right when you get your hands on him. I think the one that stands right behind him maybe actually handles just a nickel better, but I think this one just has so much quality to him. He's got so much width and dimension, and he still gives you a really nice look and is really stylish from the side. The young ladies there in the middle, I think, you know, as you start to compare him to the lambs on either side of him, he maybe ties his neck just a little bit lower as you start to compare him, maybe gets up in his loin every once in a while, but from a handling standpoint, this one probably handles the best of the 3 of them standing right here in front of me. And then the big guy from the last class, I think, you know, one that gives you a nice look, and I like the design of this lamb, and I like just how much power and dimension we put into him. He just needs to be freshened up a little bit. I think he's one that's just getting a little bit soft. So, you know, we've got some differences. We've maybe got one that handles just a little bit better, and then we've got one that maybe combines a few other things just a little bit more. But ultimately, you know, I'll go out and take another look, and we'll get you a champion and then pull a respective second back and take a look for reserve. But let's put our hands together, nice class or nice division of the market lambs.
Your first place heavyweight market lamb goes to Mesa Jones. Your second place heavyweight market lamb goes to Skylar McConnell. We're now going to pull back our first and second place lightweight medium weight, and heavyweight lambs to do our overall market lambs.
And again, we hope to have that accomplished here pretty quickly in order to get it on the Facebook stream. I can't remember if they cut the Facebook stream exactly at 8 hours of streaming or if they'll allow you to go a little bit longer than that. I cannot remember from years past. But the YouTube stream will continue to go. So if you want to watch on YouTube, our overall grand champion and reserve champion be crowned, that stream will continue to go. The Facebook one might splice into a second video, or it might end the video completely. As much as I would like to start a whole new video, I don't want to end the YouTube one and risk missing everything in some way, shape, or form. So that just goes to show that after the 8-hour mark, the best place to go and check everything out would be the YouTube replay, because YouTube's cool like that. They let it stream for longer than 8 hours. They know what's going on with Custer County Fair. So as I said a little bit ago, into the show ring comes all of the best from lightweight, medium, and heavyweight. And they'll all compete against each other to determine an overall grand champion and an overall reserve.
As we get closer to kind of rounding out the day here, I just want to thank everybody that's helped in and outside the ring. It definitely makes the show run really smooth when you've got great help, so it's much appreciated. And as always, it's been a pleasure to be here in Custer County. You guys just have a really fun fair and a really good environment, and everybody's fun to work with, so that's also greatly appreciated. And then, you know, if you got a red ribbon or you got a champion ribbon, I'm glad that you came to the fair, and I hope that you've had a good experience. As always, you know, there's always room for improvement, but each kid has done a tremendous job, and I just want to commend each and every one of you for coming out here. It's been a hot day. You're still working hard. You're still showing your animals to the best of your abilities, and that's greatly appreciated as you stand here and watch that. So congratulations to each one of you. We'll get to the sheep here. The young lady that's standing here showing the lightweight division lamb. This is a lamb that's really, really good. I think that this one's best days are ahead of him. You know, he's to the point where he's kind of maybe a little more immature, maybe a little more green, but still one that's really, really good from a functional and build standpoint. One that gives you a nice look, balances everything up together well, and still has some width and dimension to him. So a nice lamb there from that first division. The young lady's lamb that comes at us from our middleweight division, this is one that I like quite a lot. I think he's really, really rugged in the amount of foot and bone he sits on. He gets out and moves relatively well, and he's just so big-topped. You get in and read this one over the top side of his skeleton and step right in behind him, and you're just so impressed with how much shape and expression of muscle there is. You get your hands on him, and you really have to appreciate this one. And then he goes ahead and gives you some added look and style as well. He could be maybe just a nickel longer sided if you really want to nitpick one, but I think one that's really, really good there. The young lady's kind of heavyweight lamb that comes next does an excellent job of really getting this one set and really shown off. I think, you know, she makes him look so smooth and so elegant. He's really good about his head and his neck and everything, and the way he ties it all together. As we've talked him, you know, one that's really wide and pulled apart. He's big topped and he's big muscled. He's just one that maybe just doesn't handle quite as well as the one that stands right up ahead of him. I'd just like to firm him up a little bit, but still a really good individual there. And then we'll just kind of talk seconds, just real quick. The reserve from the first division, long-sided, really smooth made, good type of lamb. Just kind of like to add a little bit of stoutness and feature to him. The lamb that came out of this middle division, long-sided, love this lamb. I think his better days are going to be ahead of him as he keeps kind of continuing and putting some mass on. Today he's maybe just not quite as expressive and big topped as a couple of the others, but a good individual. And then the reserve from our heavyweight division, big bodied, plenty of rib shape and dimension, just getting a little bit soft, but still a really good lamb there as well. So I'll go out and I'll shake the hand of your champion reserve, but let's give all these kids a big round of applause and doing an excellent job today.
And your champion is going to be Mahia Jones. That brings Allie Smith up to compete. But getting reserve is going to be Mesa Jones. So Mahia Jones and Mesa Jones, I believe well, Mesa had one in heavyweight and in medium weight. I'm not exactly sure which lamb that was, but that is your result there. Mahia and Mesa Jones, your overall and reserve champion market lambs. We'll hear that confirmed. And hopefully our Facebook stream is still going. If it's not, you're not hearing me there. Hopefully you made it over to the YouTube stream.
Your overall grand champion market lamb went to Mahia Jones with lamb 4278. Your overall reserve champion market lamb went to Mesa Jones with lamb 2413. Our champion market lamb banner was sponsored by Art Anderson Farms, and our reserve market lamb banner was sponsored by BD Life Sciences. Thank you guys for sponsoring. Now in the ring, we have our club group of 5 market lambs. We'll have an entry from Ansley Junior Livestock, Burr Oak 4-H, and Great Connections clubs. Again, at the conclusion of our sheep show today, we will be doing a Pee-wee lead class. So anyone that is under the age of 8 that would like to come out and lead a sheep is more than welcome to come out and lead in that class. And then we will be needing help tearing down all of the panels after the Pee-wee lead. Could I have Regan Fleas or Brad Thomas please go to the livestock office?
So group of 5 going on out there right now. We've got 3 groups there. As you can see, this is the last event of the day.
we bring out our club pen of 5s, and they're all doing a nice job here with them. We're going to do all purple ribbons, but the club over here, I believe, was it Ansley Junior Livestock Club, will be the champions. Just a really, really good pen here. I think, we got pretty similar in weights. There's maybe a little bit of size range there, but the quality is really, really good there. We've got some champions, a lot of purple ribbons in there, so they're going to go ahead and be our champions. Our reserve champions are going to be over here with the Baroque 4-H Club. Maybe quality, I think, we could feed these sheep all a little bit longer. They're maybe a little bit more green, but they're very uniform in the type of sheep they are. They're very similar. They're all pretty close to the same weight. And then the quality is really good in our sheep over here with Great Connections, yes. Okay. They guys have a really good quality sheep. We've maybe just got a little bit of a bigger spread and some weight ranges there as far as a group is concerned. So, but congratulations to all of you. Let's give them a round of applause. Good teamwork out here, and nice job.
In your club group of 5 market lambs, your grand champion club is Ansley Junior Livestock. Your reserve champion club is Baroque. Great Connections Club also receives a purple today.
Okay, and with that brings us to the end of the 4-H Sheep Show and the end of day number 1 from the Custer County Fair. But the fair fun is not done. The Free Pit Barbecue is not that far away from right now. And then the Custer County Classic Bull Riding takes place after that. We would love to see you out there. We've got lots of prizes and giveaways that we want to give to you. So make sure you come out. I would love to hand you a dilly bar from Dairy Queen. That's going to be my job this evening. So come on out to the Custer County Fairgrounds and check it out. We'd love to see you and stick around for all of the action. We've got 2 more days of streaming to bring to you here if you're watching from a distance. Tomorrow is all about beef. It's pretty much the entire rundown of everything tomorrow. It's all going to be beef. Wednesday, stocker feeders, and then goats. They've got I also somehow forgot in there, the Clover Kids Bucket Calf Parade, one of my favorite parts of the fair. And then on Thursday, the livestock auction taking place as well. We'll video stream that and play it for you on KCNI Pure Country. And all of those interviews that Dave and Cadence have gathered, those are playing on KCNI1280 AM and 96.3 FM right this very moment if you would like to go over and listen to those. So that does it for us today. Before I close out, I want to thank the sponsors that are our Purple Ribbon sponsors, as well as give an opportunity for the other sponsors to scroll on the screen for you to thank them as well. Thank you to Trotter Service and Trotter Fertilizer, Grocery Cart, the Custer County Ag Society, C&M Auto in Anselmo, Nebraska State Bank, Healing Hearts and Families, A1 Auto Repair, Sargent Irrigation, Custer Public Power District, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Moline Seed and Fence, and Pioneer Seed. Signing off from the Custer County Fair for a Monday, I'm Jeremy Scheidt, thanking you for joining us. This full replay will be available on the Facebook and YouTube pages titled Sand Hills Express if you would like to check it out after it has gone final.